All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to this special city planning review session. And I'm told that this is maybe the first time we've ever had a review session in between previously scheduled review sessions. Although, Madam Secretary, you would know best. Have we?
I think so. She hesitates to commit.
Hesitates.
I don't remember. You guys, Ken
It's a more democratic.
Irwin, I don't remember specifically on an issue.
Yeah, I think at any rate, here we are today.
In any event, I welcome you all to today's special review session to review, and limited really to review the mandatory inclusionary housing program and a proposal and zoning for quality and affordability. I think we're going to do these separately. We're going to start with mandatory inclusionary housing, and there will be before we have a discussion, a short presentation by City Planning and HPD. I do just want to say a few things about it to start, and I think all of the commissioners know this from our public hearing, but I think one of the quite extraordinary things about mandatory inclusionary housing, and it's a very bold initiative, but virtually, I think what's most striking to me after the public hearing is that virtually across the entire ideological spectrum, and including virtually all stakeholders, there is close to, if not actually unanimous support for the idea of mandatory inclusionary housing and its importance for our affordable housing program. And that ranges from the business community to labor to real estate to community organizations and to advocacy groups. And that the essence of that is really quite remarkable for an initiative that, while it has certainly been introduced and been put into effect around the country, I don't think any place in the country has attempted it on this scale or this degree of comprehensiveness, and to be in a position today where we're talking about the details of it, but where the general concept of it is so broadly accepted is, I think, quite remarkable and heartwarming. And the second thing I want to say, just before introducing Howard and Louise and the rest of the city planning and HPD teams, is that we've heard a lot, I think, about the levels of affordability, and particularly levels of affordability targeted to extremely low-income households, but also levels of affordability targeted to moderate-income households. That the housing plan in general, of which mandatory inclusionary housing is a part, is literally devoting 4 times, in addition to being a much larger housing program than the previous 10 years in terms of city commitments, that the city is shifted and devoting 4 times as much resources to those in the extremely low income household group. So you really have to think about our housing program as part of MIH as part of a comprehensive housing approach. And with that, I turn it over to Howard and Louise, which has been an ongoing roadshow. It's not like Delman and Louise, but it's nevertheless. Right.
And I will defer to the commission as to what lighting conditions they prefer. This is not going to be a visual-heavy presentation, so whatever is most conducive to the discussion. Good afternoon, commissioners. I'm happy to be here for this leap session of the Planning Commission. And with Louise Carroll, Assistant Commissioner for Inclusionary Housing from HPD, we are going to be sort of your MCs for the city planning HPD presentation. We have staff from both agencies here to help us flesh out some of the issues and respond to some of the questions that have come up in the course of public review on inclusionary housing. I'm going to start with just one brief item, and then we will sort of do a bit of a round robin here as people cover different subjects. As we walk through these, it might be easiest to do questions topic by topic as we go along. But there's a bit of recap and summary first. This is, of course, a description of the policy study that we did to proceed and to support the proposal for mandatory inclusionary housing. And I just wanted to recap what the land use rationale on which the proposal is based, to which it is anchored, so we can be clear about that when we refer back to it through the rest of the discussion. And I'll credit Jen Gravel from City Planning, who's the lead author of this analysis. I will not suggest that there's anyone here who needs more pages of stuff to read, but it's actually a very thoughtful, I think, and deep exploration of the issues that are driving the need for this program, and an informative look at incomes and trends in housing around the city. But fundamentally, what it arrived at is an understanding that there are, of course, significant challenges to affordability, decreasing affordability, particularly in locations around the city that are highly accessible to public transportation, to employment centers, and other important sort of touchstones of economic opportunity. And that with a review of the literature, it establishes that there are benefits both for the city and its economy, and also for individual low-income households to having economically diverse neighborhoods. The benefits to the city include having housing for its population, but also for a workforce that can then access jobs, educational opportunities, training opportunities all around the city from locations that are highly accessible to public transportation in particular, but also benefits for households, looking at the literature, including some recent studies that have documented the improved outcomes that families can achieve in neighborhoods that are more economically diverse, that include access to employment opportunities, quality education, services, and all the other amenities that neighborhoods provide to residents. This is supported in the literature at a neighborhood scale. It does not go at a finer grain than this. So while we do have elements of the proposal, I hope I wasn't just being dinged for my 3 minutes. There are elements of the proposal that refer to some of the more fine grain aspects of mixing. Those are not part of the literature on improved outcomes, but those are part of the details of how we parse the various options that should be available under the program. So we'll come back to that in more detail as we talk about some of those options individually. And then this rationale is, of course, an important part of the legal context as well, because it serves as the justification and the basis for the program. And I'll actually ask Anita to come up and speak to this for just a moment.
So good afternoon. I was asked to discuss with you the key legal considerations for establishing MIH, and Really, first, I just want to point out that because MIH is mandatory when it's mapped, by definition, it makes it a much greater target for legal challenge than the current IH program that we have. So we therefore have taken really great pains to structure this program to withstand legal scrutiny. And we've been informed in that effort by case law developed around the country in connection with challenges to other mandatory inclusionary housing programs, as well as legal precedent related to various issues implicated by the program. So as a threshold matter, any policy implemented through zoning must be based on a sound land use rationale to be legal. As Howard just discussed, we established MIH to foster the legitimate land use purpose of promoting neighborhood diversity, pursuant to a comprehensive study that was previously presented to you all. We constructed the program to avoid the courts viewing it as a regulatory taking, where landowners are deprived of all or nearly all of their economic value on their property by virtue of enactment of a regulation. So we conducted a comprehensive feasibility assessment to ensure that the program's requirements would be broadly feasible across a wide range of neighborhoods. Based on that feasibility analysis, we established the program with several sets of options in terms of AMI levels and set-aside requirements, reflecting feasibility across the broad spectrum of neighborhoods we find in the city, rather than allowing for a wider range of options tied to feasibility on either the low or high ends of the spectrum in a more limited number of markets. We also incorporated a relief mechanism in the form of the BSA special permit as a process for granting relief in instances where implementation of the program's requirements is infeasible, and we view that as essential and absolutely necessary. The program's elements were also crafted with the goals of broad flexibility and feasibility in mind, and some of the other elements that we included are aimed at achieving these goals, such as the payment in lieu option, which is designed to ensure that there's a feasible means for small developments to contribute to MIH's goals. As you know, small developments play a meaningful role in the city's housing production in a variety of markets across the city, and we wanted to ensure continued feasibility of such small developments outside of the regulatory apparatus associated with the development of affordable units on site. And that is to say that in small developments, typically the developers are not as familiar with or have the capacity for engaging in the regulatory process in the way that larger developers do. We also provided for the option of development of MIH units off-site and in separate buildings on the same zoning lot, which makes certain developments more feasible and ensures that MIH is compatible with the full range of building types, including rental, co-ops, and condominiums. Finally, we provided the workforce option, which we believe addresses feasibility for the continued production of unsubsidized housing in emerging and mid-market neighborhoods where market rate development is currently feasible, but doesn't support 25 to 30% set-asides at an average of 60 to 80% AMI levels. And we wanted to ensure that in those neighborhoods, that housing production could continue, but also could provide some permanent affordability. Additionally, we very importantly also took pains to ensure that the program could withstand a legal challenge that MIH is an exaction or a demand by the government for a quid pro quo in exchange for the right to build. In order to withstand scrutiny as an exaction, the Supreme Court has determined that government demands in connection with discretionary approvals must have an essential nexus and rough proportionality to impacts created by the project being approved. In all of the exaction cases that the Supreme Court has heard to date, the government was unable to make that showing and lost in each instance. So it's a very high bar, and so we therefore see it as critically important to avoid the characterization of MIH as an exaction. The risk is greatest that will be how the courts will view it, where program requirements change based on the details of a particular project's or neighborhood's characteristics. For that reason, again, it's very important to us that the program be designed to be uniformly applicable in a broad range of neighborhood conditions. So these legal considerations mean that MIH must not be considered as a program to extract value for particular developments or neighborhoods based on their unique characteristics in an ad hoc way. we really must, as we move forward with the implementation of MIH, continue to be mindful of these considerations in the give and take that we have going forward. So I'll take any questions that anyone has.
Any questions to Anita, or do you want, Howard and Louise, do you want to go, do you have a presentation, or you want to go through each of these and have questions at each element?
I think it might be, I think it's easier to do it as we stop along the way, and if
Okay.
there's a subject that we haven't yet covered, we'll just indicate we'll get to that.
Okay. Questions for Anita then, from Michelle, sorry.
Hi, Anita, how are you again? So I think there's a very important element in what you just said, in particular about, having something that's uniform across the entire city, because that, I think that goes directly to the point that folks are raising about the one-size-fits-all. And I'm not so sure there's a common understanding of how the design is specifically trying to avoid that potential risk. So,
Well, as I said, we really couldn't do this program. We couldn't construct it with just a whole multitude of options within the MIH program. We recognize that there are different needs in different parts of the city and different neighborhoods, but the MIH construct itself has to really be within this broad sort of range of applicability. And the city's ability to address those differences, which it really realizes it must do, has to be done with subsidy and other programs beyond just the formula of MIH. But MIH itself, to withstand scrutiny, does have to be something that works broadly.
may I follow?
Sure, yes.
So let me make sure, I'm going to follow that thought through. So if the city, if we in this process or later in the process at the city council, additional options were added, would that run a greater risk of that happening?
It truly depends on the nature of the differences. If the optionality is really just sort of mixes within the broad frameworks that we've already, considered, that wouldn't be problematic. But things that skew very wildly, low or high, might create more of a problem because you run the risk of not being able to affirm that this is really broadly applicable.
And that risk still exists even though the BAE study showed that in certain neighborhoods, 30% of AMI would be something that's reachable?
Yes. Okay.
We're going to address the
You're done.
30% AMI
Okay.
Option after.
Okay.
Right. No, that's a little bit of a different issue.
Okay.
I think it's a much greater concern when you're talking about, the fact that in the BAE report, it was shown that there are certain high-value markets that could actually
Sustain it,
sustain
yeah.
a higher percentage. Well, that clearly is not a broadly applicable, rule. So we really could not adopt that. But we really do have to be careful on both ends of this, that it's something that works broadly.
And if I may, one last piece. And
Absolutely.
The other thing that we heard a couple times during the hearing was the possibility of increasing the requirement off-site. How does that interplay with any legal
This is-
considerations?
We'll talk a little bit more about that.
Okay, I'm asking all the questions for later.
This is the risk of doing nothing.
Okay, thank you.
So any other legal questions for Ms. Learmont? Ms. Efron?
What is the timing on the rules around the payment in lieu option? And is that a legal issue or it's a later issue? Okay. Deferred.
Will be addressed. Any other questions for Anita? Thanks. Anita's not going anywhere, so if there are questions later on, we'll try to address them.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. So just following on what Anita said about the legal constraints of the program, part of making sure that the program is not a taking is that developers have to be able to make a reasonable return. And I know Matt Murphy is going to come up and explain to you our analysis of the 30 at 30 option and the income averaging and how we reach a blended AMI. And really what the BAE report says is that these set-asides that they calculated are based on a blended AMI of 60% or 50% or 40% or 90%, and that's what the analysis is. And in addition, just to respond to what people are saying that the BAE report says you can reach, you can get more, people are looking at, the BAE report was based on rezonings at 40% or 50% or 100%. And so the report actually says that in a very strong market, at 100% rezoning, that you may be able to have feasibility with 421A and the rezoning at 100% AMI. If you look at the BAE report, with just an upzoning, MIH doesn't really do much for a developer's return. So I just wanted to clarify that people are looking at a very, very narrow band, which would mean you'd have to look project by project to make sure that is actually applicable. But I'm going to call Matt Murphy, who's going to come up and just address the 30 at 30 option and how that affects feasibility and also the legal constraints that we're in.
Good afternoon. My name is Matt Murphy. I'm the Assistant Commissioner of Strategic Planning at HPD and worked on have worked on this project since almost a couple of years now.
Spend your life.
So on the call for 30 at 30, that's 30% set aside at 30% AMI. The difficulty in us reaching that low of an income really has to do with the underwriting process. Quite simply, 30% AMI rents are about $400 for a studio apartment, one-person family. They simply do not pay for the operating costs of that unit. So, and that's only the operating costs. So that doesn't have anything to do with the development costs that developer, or whether nonprofit or for-profit, participated in. If they simply cannot afford the debt service if they had to borrow to build the building, which most developers do. So, but just taking the debt service out of the equation, it's simply an operating issue. And that's why in the Housing New York plan as a whole, there is a larger goal to reach more of those households. It's just that the MIH tool on its own is not the most effective because of you basically have operating loss from day one because of that restriction. So that's the main issue. It is too restrictive. Now, we do use our subsidies strategically to reach lower income households. And we will do that as part of the housing plan. But really the best way to reach 30% AMI households is through what I'll refer to as operating subsidy or tenant-based vouchers. So where the tenant pays a portion of his or her income and the government entity pays the remaining balance for the rent. The most common form of tenant-based voucher is the Section 8 voucher, which is a federal resource that we simply don't have enough of. And it would be too restrictive to require vouchers to be used through the zoning text.
Questions for Matt? Ms. Deleuze?
I absolutely understand going negative at 30% of AMI from an operating standpoint. That's why we love Section 8. But how about in a situation where MIH is being used as a preservation tool, when the rents are already pretty low? I mean, there I think some of what you're raising is less present than in a new construction situation. So that's one question. I mean, I think the biggest thing that people were raising was not only the depth of affordability, but also the fact that it would be permanently affordable, right? And that right now, this is the only tool that's being discussed to reach permanent affordability. And considering how intractable this affordable housing crisis has been for 70 years, it's reasonable to think that it might be around for another 70 or so. And that even with all of these incredible efforts, that, trying to ensure that the most needy families are part of the city moving forward. People are obviously trying to deal with that because even with tremendous commitments, to reach those families, that can change over time, and this is less likely to change.
So, I mean, I don't think we can stress enough that if we feel that if we had a 30-30 option, that it would not be financially feasible. So we would be really open to legal challenge, and we might not have a program to begin with. But
And the only thing I'd add to that, in the context of preservation, is that it still probably is not feasible, from a standpoint of operating, revenue equal expenses. And so for us to have a mandatory requirement that on its face just doesn't pencil out would make us extremely vulnerable in that regard. That's
So, but one thing, so the in lieu fee payment, the funds generated through in lieu fees can be used for preservation projects. So when we are looking at underwriting and when we are deciding how much money is enough to contribute to a project to make it financially feasible, that's the appropriate place, using the in lieu fees, using our preservation finance division. As you know, preservation counts for 60% of housing New York units. And I mean, we'll talk more about preservation right now in the voluntary program. And I will tell you the numbers that we're producing under our preservation program in Housing New York are quite significant. So that's where we have to basically look project by project, building by building, and find ways to either contribute through the in lieu fees, even using the voluntary program, which we have retooled, and we hope will be a tool for preservation as well as all of our financing programs. We wanted to talk a little, people were saying this is one size fits all, and as I was trying to say earlier, the BA report says it's a blended average, and that's how we came up with the income averaging, because it was easier to show the blend of AMIs, and so Matt will explain the concept of reaching lower incomes, which we've heard, but we've also had communities, the same communities, say they want to reach moderate income households as well. So Matt will explain the concept of income averaging and also how MIH will work with 421A, illustrating further.
The next 4 days. You're going to come back next week and talk about the new 421A.
We're very confident we will have a 421A program
Exactly.
either next week or one of these days.
So I appreciate the opportunity to explain this because it is one of the more nuanced parts of the proposal, but it's an important component. So income averaging is actually an idea that's been born out of what people call our restrictions being too strict under the federal low-income housing tax credit program, which is where households are reserved for 60% AMI income. We have a lot of people that apply to our housing, and a lot of people are either just under the income limit or just over the income limit. But no, I don't think anyone could argue that their need for affordable housing is greater than people that make $100 more a year or whatever. So income averaging is actually the opportunity to expand that category by allowing, if you go, say, 10% AMI lower, then you can also go 10% AMI higher to offset each other, and now you've reached a wider band of households. So it's really a way to expand the number of eligible households. And it also allows the program to interact with the other housing programs, whether it be subsidy programs or the tax exemption program. So we actually have a federal proposal as well that the low-income housing tax credit be revised so that we can reach more households using that calculation. So in terms of the interaction with 421A, for example, we specifically designed MIH to actually be, when it interacts with other programs, to always add more of either deeper affordability, meaning lower incomes, reaching lower incomes, or additional affordable housing units, so the proportion of affordability. So it's really designed to interact, and this goes to the 30 at 30 question. We don't have actually a program that requires 30 at 30 specifically, so even our subsidy programs don't go that low, or such a high proportion at that low of an income. So it's all designed to interact with the different tax exemptions, specifically with 421A. So under our revised 421A proposal, which we do expect will be some form of it we'll come to an agreement on, is that they work together to either achieve more affordability, meaning a higher number of units, or to require lower incomes for the households.
You're on a roll. Go, go.
So first, I think that the income averaging is great, and absolutely something I think the federal government should adopt, obviously for the low-income housing tax credit, and, you know, lots of advocates are joining the city and pushing for that. That, to me, then begs the question about potentially reserving a portion of that averaging for the lower income AMIs as a way of acknowledging the need and acknowledging that it's a legitimate need, you know, kind of forcing that blend in a way that the city policy needs to go anyway. That, I think, would help people understand that they're being listened to.
So one thing, I'm just going to explain very briefly the interaction we expect most from our reformed 421A proposal, which is that, and I apologize, 'cause this can be eye-glazing type stuff, but this is, okay. So the new 421A was reformed so that every developer has to provide affordable housing. Before, there was a zone where you didn't have to provide affordable housing and a zone where you did have to provide affordable housing. That's been reformed so that now everybody has to provide affordable housing, but the developer can choose what type of affordable housing they elect to opt into. So the first choice is where 10% of the units are affordable to people at 40% AMI, 10% at 60, and 5% at 130. So the overall affordability there is 25% at 66% AMI. So if you think about the MIH category, the closest corresponding one is 25 at 60. So that means to do MIH and interact with 421A, the developer has to lower the affordability requirement for one of those. But 421A is a 35-year exemption. So for 35 years, you'll be reaching 10% of the households at 40% AMI. And MIH will have the permanent affordability attached to it. So it's a sample of how these programs interact together to achieve further goals.
Just to add that if you make some percentage of the units permanently affordable at a higher income, say 90 or 100% of AMI, then a share of them would also be permanently affordable down at 40. So once you skew and make them permanent at those income levels, that skewing is also permanent through MIH.
Any other questions, commissioners, on this issue, which essentially is the relationship of MIH to the new 421A and public subsidies? Okay, moving along.
Excuse me, I keep on clearing my throat. I promise you'll hear me better if I do it. So the last bullet on this page is about the workforce option, which has been the subject of much discussion, and I want to review what the role, Anita had mentioned how it figures into the legal rationale, but I also want to talk from a more practical perspective how we envision it working within the context of the program and walk through its purpose again. As you'll recall, the financial feasibility analysis showed that in strong markets, requirements set asides of 25 and 30% at a lower mix of low and moderate incomes are feasible in stronger markets. They are not feasible in the weakest markets, but as of right development is typically not feasible in the weakest markets. So what happens is there's a point in the middle at which market rate development would be feasible, but that market rate development would not essentially be able to produce the internal cross-subsidy to reach low incomes at the set-asides of 60 and 80% of AMI. And so the purpose of the workforce option is to essentially address that wedge of the world in which housing development could occur, but couldn't itself, without subsidy, reach those lower income levels. Now, backing up for a moment, new construction that is affordable to moderate income households is something that is not in great supply in the city in the first place. It's actually an important component of the city's housing production, something that's very important for us to continue to sustain. What the MIH proposal would do is essentially, in the conditions that support that but not deeper unsubsidized affordability, the workforce option would allow that kind of housing to be built, provided that 30% of this housing is set aside as permanently affordable at that income level. The idea is that it's designed to work in that sort of intermediate mid-market condition, and also to be examined for the contribution that housing at that income level will make to the supply and to the needs at the local community level. And so it is designed to be applied on a case-by-case basis through the land use review process as the other options are. It is also never the only option, and so if it is being applied in an area, there will also be an option 1 and or option 2 where subsidies can be used to reach low-income households and a mix of low and moderate-income households. But the concept of the workforce option is to enable new moderate income housing to be constructed without subsidy, where that is essentially the only kind of housing that the market supports.
Questions about the workforce option? Ms. Efron?
So as this was described before, it was for emerging neighborhoods.
Right.
How will it be determined after the initial determination that it's an emerging neighborhood? When does that sunset? How does it?
Well, when does it sunset? The idea is that these are provisions that sit in the zoning and,
I just mean on the workforce.
Right, on the workforce option, it would be Appendix F of the zoning would say the workforce option applies within this geography, and that can be modified through the same process that it takes to apply it in the first place. As proposed, there's no, clock attached to it. It's just a part of the zoning and can be modified if that option is not deemed to be appropriate at some point in the future.
But just to be clear, and I think we all know this, at the moment, we're addressing the issue of a citywide enabling legislation, whereas how this gets applied, this also goes to the one-size-fits-all question, how this gets applied in each particular neighborhood depends in the first instance on this commission to map it, and will make a determination in any particular area whether the workforce option would be applicable, other than the current proposal other than community boards 1 through 8 in Manhattan, where it is being excluded for the reasons that Howard indicated. The proposal is to exclude it for the reasons that Howard indicated, which is that in those community boards, we know that you can throw off enough to subsidize affordable housing without any additional public resources. But But in other neighborhoods, it really will, in the first instance, be up to this commission. Ms. Cirillo.
Just as a follow-up to that, and perhaps only because we're at the bottom of this chart, and I don't know what chart follows.
We have more slides, it's okay.
Trying to see into the future, so I may be asking a question. It's more
That's fine.
procedural, which kind of just plays off of what the chairman just referenced. Because this does apply to all of the options that are available, not just the workforce. Although, if I recall, the workforce option will be limited in where it may be available, so that's really, I guess, my question, which is, how is it, it's more process oriented. How will we know, or when will we know, where the option is available? And can you just help describe the process of the selection of the option during the process of a rezoning
Sure.
in a mapped area?
Sure.
For my age.
So we can take, I mean, we have one example that's already obviously before the commission in East New York, but we can set that aside. If the city is the applicant, the city would include, the department will include in our proposal the option or options that we believe, and the basis of the community interactions we've had and the analysis that we've been able to do of which options would be appropriate. I think there's two independent but not, well, two separate but not entirely independent questions. One is, what are market conditions? Essentially, what are housing prices in the neighborhood? What are rents like in the neighborhood? And obviously that is sort of an assessment you can make broadly at that point in time, and that's what we would do in any particular neighborhood, is look at, with HPD, what are housing prices like in the neighborhood for new development. Perhaps there hasn't been new development, and that's also another piece of information that's important to consider within the process. The other part of it is looking at the income levels and sort of an assessment, and this is where it's less. It definitely involves a qualitative as well as a quantitative aspect, which is looking at what the community needs and preferences are. It's a combination of what is the housing supply, what's the existing housing stock, what are the income levels within the neighborhood, what are the articulated concerns and needs that the community has identified. And that's something that we can, through our own planning process, highlight. As well as for private applications, they will essentially be responsible for doing the same thing. They will propose something. It would then come to the commission, and between the commission and the commission would vote on one or more options, and the council would do the same thing, vote on one or more options for the area. And just to be clear, because they are all part of the program, those options can be modified at the council stage. It's not a matter of, you didn't include this option at the initial application, so it's not in scope. The idea is that once the program exists, any of those options can be selected for the geography based on the kind of rules we've set out, which include the workforce option is never the only option, and the workforce option would not be available in Manhattan Community Districts 1 through 8. Just to reiterate, I think something that has been said, it does not mean it is necessarily available in other community districts. It just means that it is not available through the program in those community districts. There will be other locations where it would not be made available on the basis of those considerations.
Okay, so that's interesting. So I would say this. So the underlying text provides all the options, right? Understand. And then the applicant begins the process, whether it's the city or a private applicant, in selecting the option they believe to be the one they really want.
I say option or options. Because
Options. And then, yes, you said, and I want to clarify on the workforce isn't the only one, because I do remember in the earlier days, the confusion of the A or B plus C, or whatever we called it in the earliest days, just to get clarity on that. But then once Euler begins and the rezoning process is in place, even if the applicant has selected one option A, doesn't matter that they're in order,
Right.
right? Option
Option
Q.
one, yes.
The process can lead to an actual other option being selected by us or by the council?
That's correct.
Okay, so does that mean the applicant, so I'm being very specific.
Please.
The applicant can pick an option, we can change the option, and then the council can subsequently change even that option?
That is correct.
Okay. So let me ask this. Part of this was about certainty. So I just wonder how we balance the goal of providing certainty in some areas with a process that is so uncertain.
This is a good question. Let me explain. One aspect of this is that the process that we've just described is one of the reasons why, in addition to the legal considerations that Anita has laid out, one of the reasons why those options are conceived of as being broadly feasible. The idea is not to have one that's tougher and one that's lets you off the hook easily. The idea is that all of these options are designed to, option one and option two in particular, both of which allow for the use of subsidies, are designed to sort of be a trade-off between the size of the set-aside and the depth of the income level. Obviously, there are ways in which they're not equivalent, but they are designed to be broadly comparable. Second, I don't want to overstate the uncertainty of the ULURP process, but this is only going to apply, that uncertainty will only exist as projects are going through ULURP. They don't have the zoning yet. So there is already I don't want to say an uncertainty, but there is an uncertainty because
Understood.
there hasn't been a deliberative process that's resulted in a decision that this should be approved yet. So broadly, that uncertainty, I think, is much less than the uncertainty of not having your zoning map. I think the idea is that if there is a reason why one option is important as opposed to another option, the applicant does have the ability to describe that in the process. And that's just the same way they make the argument for why, a particular zoning district or heightened setback is important to affect the resulting project. So, would it be, this is on the one side, there is the criticism of one size fitting all, having too limited a palette. And on the other side is the predictability issue. And I think what we've tried to do is create a framework where it's not fill in the blank, but it's multiple choice, so that there is predictability. It is not, no one knows what the outcome of the ULURP process is until the ULURP process is over, and that's just part of the process. But it's really, a balance between those two sets of considerations.
I understand that, I appreciate that, and I understand the challenge of trying to, I guess I know so much about how things, we know that there's substance in this process and there's politics in this process, but in everyone, right? It's partially a legislative process. So I guess my concern is that what starts out as a good, what starts out as a reasonable, and we understand everybody's going to go, if it's a private applicant or even the city, you go for you understand the process coming in. So I do get that. I also understand that people will do their best to get the most that they can accomplish, knowing, of course, that somewhere down the line there may be, push comes to shove as things go down. I just understand now for the first time that there are multiple times where the process can shift on an applicant, whether it's us, although we're not the second, because if it's the city, but, we're a commission that could have very different views. Who knows where things end up even at the commission level. But then as you move through the process, it could keep shifting, and there are other considerations in particularly financing, the economic feasibility of a development based on the numbers, which politics doesn't always play into when it gets to the final place. So I find it interesting. I understand completely, and I think it's an interesting sort of challenge.
And I think you're going to see this theme of trade-offs and
Yes.
tensions played out a lot today, and see it on zoning for quality and affordability to some extent as well. But I think that, just make a couple of observations. One is, first, just going back to, well, even going back earlier to what I said at the outset. You know, this is in many respects, a remarkable and pioneering effort. We as a city weren't talking about mandatory inclusionary housing 5, 6, 7 years ago, and that it is, what? Advocates were, but they were, and
No one was listening.
that is
We're drawing
fair-
different
That is
conclusions.
actually a very fair point, that
Land
advocates,
use advocates.
advocates were talking about it, but the city as an institution and as a body politic wasn't really talking about it, embracing it. And now we have a remarkable consensus that this is a good thing. But we also know, because it's a pioneering thing, and it's also something that, while we, as Anita said, we believe we are on a very sound legal basis, we want to stay on that sound legal basis. And because it is, as we've said many times, the most aggressive program in the country by far, we want to make sure that we stay on a sound legal basis. And so in order to do that, and also to provide predictability to the extent possible, we have creating or proposing to create a framework that does not eliminate options, but creates a structure of options that we think in their entirety and on an individual basis are supportable legally and financially, and that's critical. But within that, we also do want to address the challenge of one size fits all. So we are literally trying within an overall framework to create an optionality that works. And having said that, we do have an obligation here, particularly on a staff level, and this goes to questions that Ms. Cirillo raised and Ms. Delauze and Ms. Efron raised, that we want to be able to provide to the commission in the first instance our best analysis. So Howard said, we're leaving aside East New York, but in fact, East New York is in fact the first example of this. And our recommendation to you, as you know, in East New York, is that the workforce option is not an option that we are presenting to you in East New York. Quite, in fact, we're really presenting one option, which is the deepest affordability option in East New York. And assuming the commission ultimately embraces that, yes, it can be changed at the council. The council could, in theory or in practice, decide that it wants to add the 120% workforce option. But I think we all know, and the evidence at our hearing last week was certainly very strong, that there's no likelihood in the near future for the 120% option to be workable in East New York. The economics doesn't support market rate housing in East New York. So while there is a degree of flexibility, and politics always is a factor in everything that the public sector ever does, there's also a degree of broad rationality that ultimately the body politic within a framework does the right thing most of the time, if not hopefully all the time. And I think that's what we're trying to achieve here, and recognizing that we always do have this balance between a structure that provides predictability on the one hand and recognizes that there's also a need for neighborhood and flexibility on the other.
Understand. I appreciate it very much. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Mr. Cantor, then Ms. Levin, and then Mr. Reade, I'm sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You know,
I'm certain that there are colleagues of mine sitting at this table who understand what's being presented. I would also argue that there are some of us who think we understand what is being presented. And there are others like myself who aren't sure of what's being presented other than it's complex. And we have to sell this to a suspicious public. And the question that runs through my mind is if we're going through all these machinations, and I say that in a clean sense, we're going through all these machinations to create openness, and we have so many options available. Are the options themselves are there so many options that are available that it's only going to add to the complexity and make it more difficult to sell this complete idea?
Well, I think clearly at the moment we have really essentially three options that are being proposed. I think the more options, leaving aside the legal issues associated with them and the financial issues associated with them, the more options, the more confusion. But I'll let Howard and Louise respond to that.
And I think that's another area where the balance is one that's important to strike. I know that having, for communicating to the public, right, this is, in the course of the process in a particular area, an applicant can speak clearly about what income levels the housing will reach. That is an important element. Another important element is the ability to administer the program so that housing practitioners everywhere they understand the program, and there's not 75 different versions of the program, but there are, options that they can understand. And if you've used inclusionary housing in one neighborhood, you also essentially know how to use it in another neighborhood. So that is part of the balance as well. You want to?
I would say right now in the voluntary program, we have a few different types of programs in the different districts. We have the R10 program that has one basis for floor area. We have the designated areas program, which came later, which has a different basis. And we have the special districts, which again have a different way of getting to floor areas. So people are comfortable with some level of complexity in the voluntary program, but I think in this one, what we tried to do is if this area-wide, city-wide text is placed on the books, people will know what the options are, and they'll be able to do their underwriting, either understanding that it's either a 25% requirement with a 60% AMI average or a 30% requirement with an 80% AMI average. And that's certainty that there is an either or. What people are calling for in a case-by-case special rezoning for every area and zip code would be the absolute opposite, would be less certainty and more complexity. So we agree with you.
Ms. Levin, then Mr. Eady.
I have a series of questions, but let me just focus it on the workforce option. Just to double down on the past confusion and hopefully clarity that Commissioner Cirillo started in, and last time I asked an off-the-wall question which showed I haven't been listening. And then, okay, so you say that the workforce option will never be the only option. But that means, let me say if I understand this correctly, that wherever it gets mapped, there will be an option 1 or 2 plus the workforce option.
That's correct.
So a developer within the, say we're talking about a city rezoning of an entire area, so
Sure.
we're not an individual development site. That means time goes by, developer acquires a site, and they look at the rules and they say, okay, I can develop either option 1, whichever one got mapped, or I can use the workforce option.
Correct.
And if I use option 1, I can go talk to HPD about some subsidy.
That's right.
And if I choose the workforce option, I'm on my own.
That's right.
Okay, so you will get individual projects that could be entirely workforce.
That's correct. The idea, but those would be projects that are delivered without public subsidy.
Okay, so when the zoning text says that the workforce option can only be mapped in combination, you're talking about the broader zoning framework. It doesn't have to get used in combination.
Correct. It's, I would think of them as in parallel rather than stacked, right?
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. We've heard a lot of requests to include the workforce option in community districts 1 through 8 in Manhattan. I think one of the arguments against using it is that it's not, there are other state laws that don't let it apply, 421A doesn't work,
Right.
and so on. Yet, if we're following the land use rationale for what kind of housing ought to be mandatorily produced, there's a very strong argument in those districts that there is a public interest in housing at the workforce level.
Right.
So why wouldn't we? And you also say those are the neighborhoods that can support the very low, the 60 or 80%.
They can support without subsidy, yes.
Without subsidy.
That's
So
right.
that's all good. But
So
what about the possibility that there is a strong land use rationale
Right.
for the demographics of those areas for including the workforce option? Why not make it possible?
So the idea for Manhattan Community Districts 1 through 8 or other communities where the market would support the sort of deeper internal subsidies so that public subsidy is not required to do option 1 or option 2 in general. The idea is that options 1 and 2 through averaging
Would have some.
can get you a wedge at moderate incomes in either option 1 or even more so in option 2. The size of the wedge at moderate incomes up to 130% of AMI allowed under the averaging provisions. It would not be all of the units. So the idea is that it's not to the exclusion of low-income units which can be produced, in an economically feasible way there. But the idea of the averaging is to allow that to happen. So for instance, a relatively typical combination of 421A and inclusionary, if inclusionary option 1, the 25% at 60 AMI, 60% of AMI average option were applied, you could have 10% at 40% of AMI, 10% at 60, and 10% at 100. And so, 5% at 100. 10 plus 10 plus 5 is 25. It's always good to check our math. But the idea is that in that even in the option that sort of is focused on reaching the lowest incomes, once you skew, you do get a wedge.
Okay, you get some, but you don't get as much. So maybe there's a public policy that says if we've got neighborhoods that are strong enough to support the 60% AMI and the 80% AMI without subsidy, we ought to go for that because our subsidy, we'd rather let that be done privately.
Yes.
But those neighborhoods are the ones that have seen the success of the voluntary program, are producing housing at those low income levels and are starved for the
moderate income.
The moderate. And in fact, I'm sorry I keep bringing up my own experience, but that's all I know. In Community District 4, the strong community preference is for using every HPD program possible to get to the moderate and middle because it's the private market that's building the low income. So it just seems to me we don't want to make that impossible. We want to allow it as an option to be discussed in a rezoning sometime in the future. Have it on the table as a tool that's available.
While I understand in Community Board 4 that a lot of the units being produced are being produced with tax credits under the voluntary program, the economic diversity rationale is, it's part of the reason why 30 at 30 is also troublesome, because what we are avoiding doing under economic diversity rationale is placing maybe more low-income housing in places where there's concentrated poverty, or putting higher income housing in places where there's a concentration already of higher incomes. So I understand the challenges under the voluntary program and the use of subsidy, in that really city and federal dollars are geared towards low-income housing programs, and the way the voluntary program has been used, there's been a lot of tax credits and a lot of HPD subsidy. On the other hand, the economic diversity rationale has been based on providing a range of incomes and not either concentrating poverty in poor areas or delivering higher income housing in areas that produce predominantly higher income.
So it's a, it's a policy choice.
Based on the land use rationale and legal rationale.
So we don't
Mr.
need to
Reade.
debate it further here.
Mr. Reade.
I think my question may be a little simpler. And a lot of the discussion, it has escaped me. You mentioned, Howard, that if we go through a process and we rezone an area, we choose one of these options, and if later on down the road, we, for some reason, I can't imagine exactly why, but choose to want to do something else instead, choose option B instead of A, or
Right.
we have the ability to do that. What's the process to make that change?
It would be a zoning text amendment. So the way that under the
So it's just, okay.
the process, every area to which mandatory inclusionary housing is applied through the rezoning process is the subject of a text amendment and appears in Appendix F of the zoning, and will become a mandatory inclusionary housing area that notes the geography as well as the income options that apply there. So to modify that, it would be a matter of modifying that text.
Thanks.
Mr. Knuckles and then Ms. Delos.
Yeah, I just wanted to clarify, and in a site where, you could build 150, 200 units, are you precluded from looking at a combination A, B, and C in one project or not?
It's an interesting question. So first we start with a situation where, well, I think A, B, and C is difficult because C restricts the use of public subsidy, so it would kind of have to be a separate component to begin with. But let's just start with options 1 and 2. In a geography within which the zoning made both of those available as options, because it can be option 1, it can be option 2, it can be option 1 and 2 are both available. Could you? This is a good. You stumped me, Commissioner.
So it'd be difficult for me to imagine a developer wanting to do 25 and so you either can do one or the other. So in one project, you couldn't pick some. Well, there are no income bands to begin with, but that would be 100% or close to 100% affordable housing. I don't see a developer deciding to do both, but I see a developer doing one with subsidy, which would eventually make more affordable housing at a range of incomes. But Howard thinks he has an answer.
So it took me a moment. So the way that the zoning works, a development or an enlargement or a conversion to residential use, that's sort of the unit of measure under mandatory inclusionary. So a development, if both options are available within the geography, a development would comply with option 1. And then if you had another development, even on the same zoning lot, that development could comply with option 2. So let's say you had 2 buildings. One of them provided 25% at an average of 60, and the other one provided 30% at an average of 80. That could be done. Because they're separate developments. Once you're within each individual development, you have to comply with one of the options. But if you had multiple buildings being built or a development, two different sort of separate projects within it, it could be done.
Ms. Delos, and then Mr. Marin. I think.
The affordable housing community would be happy to do it, that's all I can tell you. I just wanted to go back to Commissioner Cerullo's point about, and the points that you guys were making about lack of predictability versus predictability. I think, obviously, whatever the options are in the end are the options, and that provides some level of predictability. I'm going to tie this back to the hardship point. And I assume that if a developer were to purchase a property and their assumptions in that purchase went beyond what one of those options was, that wouldn't be deemed a hardship case. You follow me?
Right. In other words, I bought this thinking that I could provide no affordability and paid that much,
Right.
you know.
So they would be
That would
hard
not
pressed
be-
to make that claim.
That's
once it's- okay.
correct.
So, okay, thank you. I wanted to just check that. And then,
And then in part, that is what the mandatory program does, which is send a clear signal
Right.
to the
Community.
development community that this is what is required of you. This is the zoning requirement. It's not
Right.
a guessing game. It's that you can price this into.
right. The question I have just about the workforce option, and thank you for that, that's what I had hoped you were going to say. On the intermediate mid-market thing, I guess I'm just trying to understand which neighborhoods these are, and how that definition, what it looks like, and what the analysis would look like in order to have a better understanding of when it's appropriate. So, and to what extent it might be helpful to have some of that definition at this stage in the process versus leaving that open.
So I think, you know, we explored this issue in a lot of detail as we went through the policy study and the financial feasibility assessment. And in fact, the financial feasibility assessment, in effect, did divide the city up into, it looked at neighborhood tabulation areas, which were the smallest geographies we could sort of acquire data for, and said, you know, based on a few different, it created an index of a few different housing indicators and said, you know, these NTAs fall into the strongest category, these fall into the strong, mid-market, weak, you know, those, it created 5 different categories. For analytical, analytical purposes. That said, those NTAs are heterogeneous. They are not uniform within themselves. So you take one part of an NTA, it may be a little bit different than other parts of an NTA. And so we don't look at that as prescriptive. It's sort of illustrative of how these market sort of characteristics play out. But it is really a matter of looking at the geography that's the subject of a land use action and evaluating that individually. I think, you know, we've avoided, you know, sort of pre-baking what those conclusions are because we think it's important to look at them in conjunction with each action.
I guess where I'm going with that thought, and I think I have in my head what some of those neighborhoods might be.
Sure.
To the extent that it were chosen in an area where that would encourage development that tips the balance, and maybe starts increasing rent pressures. I think there are some places where that could be the case.
So I think, you know, these are I think there are 2 broad, you know, there's the market feasibility wedge of this, and then there's what contribution does this make to the local housing supply, and would this be a reasonable component? You know, assuming that, you know, if one were to assume that the market were strong enough that this is going to be all the housing you get, then you might not apply it for 2 reasons. You know, for both the market reasons and then also that it wouldn't make a meaningful contribution to a housing affordability within the neighborhood. So, you know, I do think that those are things that are going to be looked at in each individual neighborhood.
Mr. Marin, and then Ms. Levin.
Howard, you presented a scenario based on a question that Commissioner Knuckles threw out, which
Yes.
was using the 2 options in the same building, and then you said, no, they could be used in 2 separate, and I'm using these words deliberately, developments.
Yes.
So then, in essence, you would need to underwrite those 2 separately, is that correct? That's what I figured. I just want that to be clear, that's why.
Yeah, I think they would have to, I don't think, you know, you're mixing, that's an underwriting question.
If you have 2 different projects,
Correct.
which would be 2 different developments, and you're going to have to choose which to apply to which one, then yes, you'd be underwriting differently depending on what housing you're providing in one development versus the other, and the rents and the market in that area, whether you're doing homeownership affordable housing or rental affordable housing, there'd be a lot of different things that you take into account.
No, I realize that. That's why I asked the question, because when we're talking about specific developments, I mean, we've seen 2 buildings on one zoning lot or one tax lot, and we think that they're the same building and they're not. So it's crucial to have people understand that for that scenario to work, it would definitely need to be underwritten separately.
Yeah, you're right.
Ms. Levin, and then Mr. Dweck.
One of the previous exchanges triggered a question that I realized I had in thinking about the BSA special permit that would get you out of this, and then the whole notion of financial feasibility, and that is that it all rests on land values. Whether a project is financially feasible, I mean, one of the biggest components of financial feasibility is what the developer paid for the land. And we're in a situation, we're in such an overheated market now where people have had such rising expectations of what they'll be able to build that land values have rocketed upwards. And I understand that the hope that this requirement will in some way temper those land values. But when it gets to the point of the BSA application and someone is arguing that their development isn't financially feasible if they have to comply with this, well, it's based on their financial feasibility argument is going to, and the financial infeasibility can't have been
Self-created.
Self-created.
That's
So
correct.
does that mean that somebody at some point in time paid too much for the land, therefore you don't get the exemption?
That could be the case. Right? You know, it's if you objectively overpaid, given the nature of in other words, the zoning says you must do this. If you objectively overpaid, then that would be
So does that mean we're going to have to do historical studies of, that's. It's a message. Keep talking.
I can still hear you.
Yeah, I mean, it's a chicken and egg, this whole question of land values. The whole reason you have this affordability problem in the first place is that people are paying too much for land.
I think maybe we can deal a little bit more holistically with the BSA special permit as we get to that subject. We're not quite there yet. That's okay. We have actually, so just to sort of give people a little view into the future, we have some talk about the various options for satisfying the requirements, and then the BSA special permit are the two major topics that we have remaining. So why don't we move on? And these are our-
Mr. Dweck.
Just a clarification. Earlier, I think Commissioner Marin stated that it would be, you see as you were walking out,
Yes, sir.
that it would have to be two separate projects or two separate buildings in order to, but if it was actually a condo, one building sharing the same bones condoed into two units, two different developments, you could theoretically.
So
Maybe you can.
I think I think the way to think of it is, I think maybe a little bit more flexible than that, and Louise can correct me if I'm speaking less than wholly knowledgeably about the underwriting aspects of this, but really essentially, to the extent that it can be considered a development is defined in the zoning resolution, and it's really essentially an individual building. You could have two separate buildings on the same zoning lot, and one uses one, mix, and the other one uses the other mix, and if together they, reach your underwriting requirements, then you could probably do that as essentially one development that includes two buildings. This is a bit exotic, but it sounds possible.
It does happen. That's why I
Yeah.
And so I guess the question is whether the two buildings are one development or whether the two buildings are two separate developments. I think that's really
For the
zoning
purposes of
text.
zoning, yeah, that's right. So they, for the purposes of zoning, if they stand on their own, they could be separate developments, because a development is sort of a thing that happens at a point in time under zoning, and just because two things happen at the same point in time doesn't necessarily make them a single development. I'm looking at my zoning colleagues here to make sure that I'm within the bounds of the defined term.
But doesn't the underwriting really dictate whether or not it's one development?
No, it's the other way around.
No, I think for zoning purposes, a development is as defined under zoning. However, you're correct. For example, under 421A, where you have a covered project, and a covered project has several buildings on a zoning lot under one development, different buildings are sometimes underwritten differently. May have different banks, different lenders, different financing, different mixes of housing, whether one has a mix of market rate and affordable housing, the other may have a mix of condos and market rentals. And so you're correct, there are lots of different ways people put together projects, but under MIH, we'd be looking to zoning for what is the definition of the development, whether it be two separate buildings as one development or two separate buildings as two different developments.
Okay. Next topic.
Next topic. I'll step aside for a moment, I think is, yes.
Similar.
So in order to, going back to our land use rationale and the legal underpinnings of the program, we, as Anita mentioned earlier, we created several different ways for people to comply with the program so that we can reduce legal challenge and that the program can produce as much affordable housing as possible. So a developer can produce the units on site, meaning within the same building, on the same zoning lot, or in a separate building on a zoning lot, off-site, on a different zoning lot in the same community district, or in an adjacent community district within a half mile of the zoning lot that has the requirement. There can be an opportunity for small buildings, 11 to 25 units, to pay a payment in lieu, and buildings that have 10 units or less do not have to comply with the requirement. So there has been, in all of our outreach and at the hearing, there were questions about the distribution of units on site in the same building, and basically requesting that distribution be above 50%. And I'd just like to tackle on site first. There were other questions about whether having two buildings on the same zoning lot would be a poor building as opposed to poor door. So on site, we, in the BAE study, when we conceived of the program, we conceived of MIH as a program that would be a developer would be able to develop units and produce the units without city subsidy. So it was meant to be a program where the market rate units cross-subsidize the affordable units at a reasonable level, thereby freeing up HPD subsidy to either produce units at deeper affordability or more units. So in order to have these units on site where they're not actually covering all of their cost and other units are covering the cost, we, BAE, developed a 30-year cash flow for a typical project. And what we discovered in the analysis was that as you floor by floor, there's a 1% increase in rents that a developer is able to get when starting from the third floor. That once you reach about the 20th floor, there's another 10% bump up in terms of view breaks when people are able to see out of their building above other buildings. And there are many different things that went into, in addition to which determining what rents you can get from which units on which floors, that went into determining the affordability level and the financial feasibility level. So the level at which BAE decided that, in consultation with not-for-profit developers, for-profit developers, and the general community, that a 6% return on cost is what was feasible. All of that is based on partly the distribution requirements. In addition, with the voluntary program, we found that if you were combining condos with rentals, that was also very difficult to have distribution requirements that go up to maybe 65% of the stories, because those are difficult to finance. Banks don't want to finance a condo development with one rental unit on a floor and the rest are condos. It was difficult to manage. Typically, whoever's managing the affordable rental is not part of the condo association for the condos, and it resulted in us having to reject projects like 15 Hudson Yards, where there were a lot of 421A units that could have been permanently affordable units, but for the distribution requirements. So it's a combination of trying to get as many projects as possible that have units on site in the same building, as opposed to people choosing to put them in a separate building or off site, as well as the financial feasibility analysis. In terms of on-site in a separate building, we feel that as New Yorkers, we live in buildings side by side, one next to the other, and that we felt if the affordable units were in a building that does not stigmatize the tenants of the affordable housing, that essentially we're producing units on the market as units are produced in the market. And so basically, we're requiring that the units, the affordable buildings, be separate from the ground to the sky, so that they're real separate buildings and not building segments as we've had in the past. Off-site on a separate zoning lot. We've had, people have raised issues of maybe off-site affordable units being in a poor school district or in an area not as desirable as the market rate units. And so, you know, we basically studied this recently, HPD with DCP review, and we looked at how units are being produced in the voluntary program, where the voluntary program is producing units under similar requirements. So for example, the units are being produced in the GEA with 421A, and we, in designated areas, and we found that there was only 1% of those units since 2006 that was produced off-site. And and by that we mean on a separate zoning lot from the market rate units. And even that particular project was able to do so because as part of the rezoning, it's Cook Street, and it was designed that it would generate 421A in the GEA for another project. So even the one building since 2006, or the one project, it has two buildings, that we looked at as being off-site was off-site, but partly because it was designed that way in the rezoning. So while we have off-site as an option because we feel that it's legally required, the fact that 421A and a lot of other programs that are used with inclusionary housing, basically the statistics show that it is actually rarely used. In terms of the payment in lieu option, I would like Matt Murphy to come up and explain how we view the payment in lieu and what its requirements are.
So the payment in lieu option, again, is coming out of the legal rationale, and it's really about creating flexibility for smaller developers. So buildings that are basically 11 to 25 units will have the option to pay the payment in lieu. Buildings higher than that size will be required to do the affordable housing and fulfill it through actually building the affordable units. And buildings below are exempt from the MIH requirement. So the payment in lieu is really, the purpose of it is to allow developers to pay a fee to the city that represents the costs that the city would have to bear to provide that permanently affordable unit. So we've basically structured that fee to be, or working on structuring that fee to be market-based, so that we're controlling for what is the most valuable real estate in the world and what is just less valuable closer in the outer boroughs. So that's a key tenet to it, and as I said, it's really rooted in the cost of providing an affordable unit. So we're being careful to make sure that, this is permanently affordable. So it can be quite expensive for us to permanently subsidize units over time. And so we're taking that into account in designing the payment in lieu fund. The uses of the fund, we would basically be using the fund exclusively for affordable housing development or preservation. So that could allow us to provide subsidy to either drive down incomes in developments or to reach difficult to reach populations through other programs. It can be used to preserve affordable housing developments, and we've structured it so that the funds will stay in the community district where the site that generated the funds or paid into the fund. It would stay in that CD for 10 years. If no use can be found within 10 years, then it would extend up and be allowed to be used at the borough level.
Questions? Ms. Knight, followed by Ms. Delausse, followed by Mr. Knuckles.
Have you contemplated how this is going to be administered? Is there going to be a committee? Who's going to administer this fund?
Well, so we have contemplated the structure of the fund. We do have other comparable funds that are, we have the Battery Park City Authority funds. One thing that we will be doing is reporting on the funds annually, we being HPD. We'll report how many fees were paid by community district, how much was generated, and then what those funds were used towards. So on an annual basis, each community district will know how much is in their fund, essentially.
Ms. Delausse.
To kind of follow up on that, so will the outline of how the fund would be used, would that be in zoning text or not? Because one of the things, speaking of Battery Park City, obviously, yeah, it was only after a lot of advocacy that we were able to create the Affordable Housing Trust Fund from the Battery Park City funds, and the original intent, because the original intent wasn't really there, but the language about the intent was very important as part of the advocacy process. So I'm just, again, we can trust this administration till the cows come home, but other administrations may have different intentions for that fund.
So no trust necessary. We're going to publish through the CAPA process, through the rulemaking process, exactly how the funds will be set up and used. We're not doing it through the zoning process because should the community want changes, should we find there are better ways or ways to improve the administration of the fund, it's easier to go through a rulemaking process, but there will be public notice and a hearing, and we certainly wouldn't be doing the rules without DCP input.
Okay. And I had a question, actually. Thank you. That's helpful to know, and it would be helpful to know when you think that might start, assuming things move forward. Just to talk about finishes and amenities for a second, I don't know if you want to. I have less concern about finishes. I think the language that is used now is comparable, and I think most people think that is very reasonable. I guess the question I have is primarily about amenities and access to amenities within the property at fees that the lower, moderate, or whatever income folks can afford.
So I'm going to pick off the first part of your question briefly, which is just the timing for the rulemaking process, that the HPD can't start the rulemaking process until the text is adopted, at which point it can then begin the CAPA process for the administration. Part two of your question, I will
Thank you.
ask you.
So amenities are a difficult thing for us. It depends on the building. It depends on the area. We aren't able to price those properly, so it's difficult to do a financial analysis based on what kind of amenities are in what type of building and what kind of finishes are in what type of building. And I think that's the reason why, that's the reason why we don't have text that covers amenities and finishes in the voluntary program. And definitely we couldn't do a financial analysis based on a particular amenity. People buy, people make deals and about what will be in their building depending on who they're marketing it to and where it would be. And then the finishes are also something, how people buy, whether they buy washing machines in bulk, what type of washing machines they buy, what sorts of finishes, whether it's marble or Korean. So in order to have a program that we could predict and be financially feasible and be applicable building by building, area by area, depending on what someone else is determining that is feasible for them, we have decided not to tackle amenities because it would probably be very, very difficult to defend.
Just one more thing on that subject, just to come back again to the underlying rationale for the mandatory program is, the sort of neighborhood economic diversity rationale. And while we all would like nicer amenities in our homes and in our, not to make light of it, but that is not, when we are in a mandatory regime, to use the power of zoning and land use regulation to require things like finishes and amenities at a level that is beyond what is necessary for a quality home, but is sort of a luxury finish, would not be consistent with our fundamental land use rationale either.
Mr. Knuckles.
I just had a question about the payment in lieu option. And it sounds like this is still a work in progress, but obviously, by definition, these are small projects. So I'm just wondering if someone is seeking to build in East New York, 10 to 25 units, and you mentioned that the measure or metric is going to be in terms of assessing the fee, the cost of creating another affordable unit, right? Is that
Yes.
what you said?
Providing, yes.
So we don't have any numbers in front of us, but I'm just wondering by definition, if you're working on a small project and you've got to come up with this fee in a neighborhood like East New York, could that be burdensome to the extent that one decides not to build?
Well, it'll be, the way I like to view and talk about the fee is that the incentive is to provide the on-site affordability. So as part of the rezoning, it's no different really than the land cost question.
Mm-hmm.
If going into your acquisition, you have overburdened yourself by paying too much for the land and then say, I can't afford the fee, it's the same issue. So
Maybe East New York is not a good example, but maybe.
I don't know.
Unlikely, right. Well, let us say in a Upper Manhattan, where, one could conceivably build 10 to 25 units, certainly without a subsidy, but would have to, would fall under the PILO, I'll call it, option. Again, same question. Is any concern about this acting to discourage building? And I know this is probably going to be an infrequent occurrence, but just a question.
I think this, I think you're asking probably points to the question of BSA relief. If there were a legitimate instance in which this requirement were, based on the fee, it were difficult, the BSA special permit, which we'll talk about a little bit more in just a minute, does allow reduction of the fee for an eligible development. In other words, if you're below 25 units, reduction of the fee is one of the forms that relief from the BSA can take, if that were the issue.
Ms. Efron.
I have a question about the payment in lieu from the completely opposite end. It seems to me in certain neighborhoods on the Upper East and Upper West Side, the likelihood of development will be in smaller developments. And just because of the lack of institutional spaces in some of the most expensive neighborhoods. And there's a concern on my part that this will be seen as a cost of development and there won't be affordable on site unless there's a square footage threshold attached to the 11 to 25 units, because you could end up with some very large.
Yes, so let me, I think there's two things. One is that there is the in-lieu fee is only available to developments, enlargements, or conversions that do not exceed 25 units or 25,000 square feet on as part of that development. And then the other thing that I would say is that, I'm not as certain that there would be so many of them, because this requirement would be imposed generally when density is increased in an area, and the densities that exist in places like the Upper East and Upper West Sides, you are talking about developments that are likely to exceed 25,000 square feet for many new buildings. I'm not saying that it's not possible, but I don't think it would be the predominant result of a zoning action to encourage additional density. There may be individual.
Individual is what I'm thinking of, not of zoning actions at all. Really just more, but they're not as of right. Often they are coming before us with private actions.
I mean, the intent is to apply this when, whether it's a private application or a rezoning, when there's a significant increase in housing capacity. So the likelihood is that that's going to be even in a private application, a development over 25,000 square feet. Not impossible, but probable, almost certainly, given that there would be an enhancement of development.
And I guess with any increase because of ZQA, it would be as of right.
I'm sorry?
I'm just thinking of the conditions with ZQA and additional height also. It would be as of right in that case if there were a private action.
Again, it would be based on the increase in residential density being the driver for that. But then we also wanted to, I think, the second broader point, setting aside
But the square footage is.
Setting aside, the square footage is one part of it, and then also the geographic, distinction. The idea is that the fee is going to be, well, I'll let you.
So I mentioned that the fee will be market-based. So in line with our financial feasibility study, we are creating 5 marketplaces, basically, to represent different fee payments by different markets. So, for example, the fee in East New York would be very different because of the market than the fee would be on the Upper East Side, and then with different market thresholds between that. So it does control for neighborhood differences.
I just would say, before we leave this topic and go into the esoteric area of hardship, that I think, as you know, there is a very, very, very strong policy preference to produce units as opposed to money. And I think, again, compared to at least, and I'll defer to the team here, but compared to virtually all the major inclusionary housing programs we've looked at around the country, almost all of them, if not all of them, have an opportunity to do in lieu, have an in lieu option, as opposed to providing any affordable housing as literally concrete housing. And second, that most, again, if not all of them, allow whatever affordable housing requirement to be met off-site. And so in both respects, this is again, trying to assure that we are on solid legal grounds. We nevertheless have, contrary, or compared to virtually every other major program in the country, really have very, very strong policy preferences here for actual production of units, and for a variety of reasons, as Louise and Matt and Howard have indicated, have those units on site whenever possible. Mr. Dweck.
So going to the chairman's comments, and I don't have the roadmap, so I'm not sure if this is the appropriate time to bring it up. But I'm going to read from the Brooklyn Borough Board's recommendations, and then we'll throw out some options to you. So the Borough Board is concerned that unlike the voluntary inclusionary housing program, mandatory inclusionary housing does not provide any opportunity to preclude displacement. For those being displaced, the lottery units do not guarantee lottery selection or even having the proper income to be eligible for such units. So, and if I was the department, I would answer and say, well, as part of the overall plan by the mayor for housing, he has a policy of, I believe, preserving 120,000 units preservation. And if I were the department, I would answer and say that the MIH portion of the policy is to incent the development of new units, and HPD, the agency is actively, or I should say proactively, going out there to preserve units that are affordable. And one of my concerns with that is that I think that right now we have in place a mayor who is dedicated to affordable housing, and looking 6 years down the line, and I guess you can tell who I'm voting for, looking 6 years, looking 6 years down the line, or to the next administration, we might not have a mayor who's so friendly or such a proponent of affordable housing. So, and going back to the Borough Board's comments, I do agree that MIH should be, from a policy perspective, the MIH should be used as a tool to incent the development. But why limit our toolbox? And perhaps there's a formula that we can put in place where we can go out to, where we can put in as part of the policy, the text. Because once we do the text amendment, we do the text amendment, and we know what that's a process to change it is like. HPD's money is discretionary, and that's based on the budget, it's based on the mayor, it's based on the policy, it's based on the political attitude. And so one of the ideas that I thought of, based on the borough president's or the borough board's recommendations, would be to have a policy where, to have as part of the menu, an option that instead of creating one unit, we can preserve perhaps two, or is there a formula where then HPD can take that money that it's saved in helping the development and use it to create its own units, which could be at better affordability levels, deeper affordability levels. So why would we want to limit ourselves to just the creation when perhaps there is a formula that could work, that we could create or retain more affordable units that would save your money, save your HPD's cash to then go out and create affordable units. And overall, it's a win-win, and it fits perfectly within the mayor's housing plan.
So as you rightly said, the mayor's housing plan is skewed 60% towards preservation of units. And just to date in Housing in New York, we've produced 13,929 new construction units, but 26,275 units were preserved. So we are, as part of Housing New York, preserving much more units than we are producing new construction units. MIH is really geared towards using the market, that when it produces housing for a range of incomes. And under the voluntary program, we have had great difficulty pricing and getting a formula for preservation. At about 2012, we realized that really and truly we were requiring preservation and new construction unit to provide the same levels of affordable housing under the program. But building to building, site by site, the preservation costs could be little to nothing in per DU versus the need for a gut rehab. And so, unlike new construction, where it's predictable what construction costs are, what and okay, at the time, you can have a sense of what construction costs are, and you can model it for projects or sites coming on the pipeline within a certain period of time. For preservation, we had stopped doing any preservation because from one building to the other, we would get projects coming to us for preservation that had very little per DU in cost, but stood to sell bonus for $70 million, versus a preservation project coming to us that needed a gut rehab. And so we tried many different ways to value it, and we recently restructured the program to make the preservation work again by saying basically 90% of the proceeds of bonus generated under preservation have to go back to the project, either in form of rent subsidies or debt repayment, reserves. So we anticipate, and we're getting a lot of projects from mission-driven organizations that want to support that kind of preservation policy. However, it has been a very, very difficult program to make work for organizations that are not mission-driven. So I would say that our tools that we have now and the changes to the inclusionary housing preservation program, the fact are probably better ways at producing our housing stock than trying to price and come up with a formula. I mean, we haven't managed to.
I guess I would just add that the one element of the mandatory program that does speak to this is the payment in lieu option, where the funds can be used for that, because they would, essentially the payment in lieu is going to be generated from smaller projects, so the size of the funds might be better suited in some cases to preservation than it might be to new construction, depending on the amount that is accrued in that particular geography.
Mr. Cirillo.
And in those smaller projects, thank you. In those smaller projects, and I'm hoping there's actually a question in here. And I'm not absorbing this. We envision that even the smaller projects under the mandatory program are still, if the options that they're using are the ones, are not the non-workforce related ones, that they're still receiving subsidy potentially for the units that they're building pursuant to the program. But yet, they will be required, or they will have the option of either providing those units, even in the smaller buildings, on-site, I'm assuming off-site, or, which is sort of crazy, or payment in lieu. But in addition, and this may go to the next slide, so forgive me, they also potentially have the ability to seek a hardship waiver,
Right.
even while they're receiving the subsidy to build the units, or
No.
that's where,
No,
okay.
there would not be, those two pieces would mix, and we'll talk a little bit
Good.
about how
Okay.
when we get to the BSA process, the role that HPD plays in the BSA process and the way that subsidy works into that as well. We'll touch on that.
Got it.
So HPD wouldn't give subsidy without affordability. So if we were subsidizing a
okay.
project, we would require the affordability. We'd
It-
require more even, and probably deeper affordability.
You know, whatever the options are that are available. Got it.
Exactly.
Okay, just wanted, and I assume, given the 11 to 25, so 11 to 25, that sort of category, and the fact that the program, for it to kick in, requires a significant increase in density, that to get to, let's say it's a
Unless it's in a
20-unit building, that
MIH.
where the starting point is to get to a significant increase in density is, where is that? Is it,
Well,
I mean, it's not, I mean,
it's
it's
go-
not an R1 to an R6, oh, it might be.
Well, this is only
Was
going
it
to,
M?
it's really going to be R6 and higher densities. And what the number of units that results in a development will be a function of many things, but particularly things like the size of the site, whether it's new construction or an enlargement or conversion, for instance, which may have more idiosyncratic sizes. But there are, when we're talking about, we are talking about smaller sites when we talk about new construction that are going to fall into this bucket and not larger sites.
Not like, okay, thank you.
Ms. Delos?
To just kind of follow up on this point, I mean, if maybe we could talk about what is the process by which someone could exercise the in lieu option, because I'm assuming that it would be, that HPD would be consulting with these owners/developers, and if someone is truly thinking of this option, which is always available to them if they're, between 11 and 25 units, and if it really is just a matter of a bit of subsidy to get some affordability, that would be offered.
So Matt and I probably should answer this. So the in lieu fee is structured so that the payment would be the cost of producing the unit.
I get you.
So
Right.
if you can, so I'm not sure that a little more subsidy would do the trick. However, it's an opportunity. So there's a lot of there are a lot of requirements in monitoring and complying with government regulations for affordable units. If you have, many big developers have trouble with it. So if you have an inclusionary requirement and a 421A requirement, and then you have a new construction requirement, those leases and varying regulatory agreements and compliance issues may not be appropriate for some developers. So there is an aspect of developments of 11 to 25 units may have people who have varying abilities to manage affordable housing in perpetuity, as well, both financial and just basic compliance. So it's also a safety net for us and for them. Maybe we can use that money and direct it towards other mission-driven organizations that can actually comply with the requirements without us having to have an enforcement action, and also having them basically self-select as to their capacity.
Yeah, my assumption is that a small developer with a 11 to 25 unit building that requires subsidy will presumably, the vast majority of them will not elect for the in lieu option because they're coming to HPD for subsidy in any event. And so the vast, if not 100% of those who actually select the in lieu option will be developers who, for all the reasons you're saying, Louise, could not or would not or don't want to engage with the option for subsidy and would just pay into the fund. But if you're going to come to HPD for subsidy anyway, you might as well provide the units as opposed to getting into an in lieu option situation.
You wouldn't get the subsidy if you didn't provide the units.
Right.
You couldn't finance
them. Ms. Efron.
So we've often heard as a reason in the voluntary program, or sometimes have heard, that providing the housing, the affordable housing off-site resulted in an increase in affordable housing. Was there any thought to making that a requirement?
I think that we actually have, one of the things that we reviewed is that in the voluntary program, we really actually haven't seen pure off-site provision of the affordable housing. I mean, as Louise and Matt recounted, we looked at all the, I would say that in the R10 program, that is true, but in the designated areas program where there are larger percentages of affordable required, in the R10 program created in 1987 was really designed to create kind of a sort of like a speculative market in off-site development, because you're talking about very, it equates to about, back then now about 6% of the building. There's small numbers of units that can be located at off-site locations within the area. With the designated areas program, we're talking about 20%. And finding an off-site location for 20% is a lot more difficult, and really ends up not happening very much under the voluntary program.
I
So
see.
I think when we looked at the situations that are comparable to, large requirement, the tax exemption only available if you're providing them on the same site, we don't see the offsite. And I think under the mandatory program, offsite is going to be something that's sort of a safety valve for feasibility of homeownership developments, where if you wanted to mix a rental and homeownership component, you need to separate them out, which you can't always do on small sites, for instance.
I think some people think of offsite. So, for example, if you have two buildings on one zoning lot under MIH, that would be on site. However, it's possible for a developer to maybe split a tax lot and have a not-for-profit or an affordable housing developer develop the MIH units, and they keep the market rate units on a separate tax lot. Under those circumstances, we've often seen developers come to HBD for a subsidy, whereby they're not just doing the inclusionary units, but they're doing more. They're doing the term sheet requirements. So I think that's a model that's out there, and I think or at least I thought that maybe that's what you were referring to.
I was referring specifically to the Downtown Brooklyn project we saw 2 months ago, and then to another one on the west side, maybe 10th or 11th Avenue, where both were off-site. And in both cases, the argument was made that it was preferable to have them off-site rather than on-site because they could get more units for the same amount of money. So I don't think that's a bad thing. I'm just wondering if it sounds like it's accounted for because there's a scarcity of sites to put affordable units off-site. So that may be the simple answer.
Yeah, it was the 10th Avenue rail yard site. The issue there was large condo units versus, it was the distinction between floor area and units. You would get more smaller affordable units off-site, same number of square
Same
footage.
floor area proportion, but more units because they're going to be,
All right, ready to move on to hardship?
Believe it or not, we have another project after this, so.
And we have ZQA still to go.
Actually,
so.
let me just touch base really, I just want to outline one thing really briefly, which had come up in the process, which is the applicability threshold. It is, as proposed, 10 units or 12,500 square feet. There were some questions about why 12,500 square feet matches up with 10 units, and the idea is to reflect a variety of different small building types that could be constructed under that at different densities. So, for instance, you might have 3 townhomes in a medium density district environment that are less than 10 units, but because they're configured as townhomes, they may be larger than 1,000 square feet on average. And so the 12,500 square feet is really there to accommodate typical types of small development that occur in different contexts around the city. That was the one thing we didn't touch on this page. This is a page that we've touched on already, but I'll come back to it. So the BSA special permit. In the course of the process, we heard a lot of things about the BSA special permit. We heard, I would say, feedback sort of cutting in multiple directions, but all of which was requesting more clarity about how this process would work. And from a couple of different perspectives, some parties were concerned that this would open the door to special pleading from every individual developer. Said, I don't want to do 25%. How's 22? And sort of introducing bargaining into a system which is otherwise designed to be structured, and unpredictability. The other thing that we did hear was that from the development side, we heard that they wanted to make sure that the process was structured such that it wouldn't always, for instance, if there was a private application, like a private rezoning application had gone through the process, the fact that there was a private zoning application wouldn't necessarily constitute self-created hardship from the perspective of the board at whatever point in time someone sought a special permit, which is something that I think goes back to the sort of predictability aspect of this. But broadly speaking, the question is, how does the BSA special permit process work? How does this support projects essentially staying in the program in ways that the program works? And we have done some more thinking about this between the time that we refer this out and now. There are a couple of pieces of structure that we think can be added to this process to make it work better. Broadly, sort of adding what we might call an order of operations to the relief process, And then second, identifying a role for HPD in the review of applications. So first, the order of operations. The idea would be that if someone comes in and is able to demonstrate that there is a hardship that is not a self-created hardship and that is a result of the affordability requirements and not other vagaries of the of the property, then they would then be asked to demonstrate whether it would be feasible to use the other option. If they were assigned option 2, would it be feasible to use option 1, and vice versa. In the event that that were not feasible either, they could then look at the workforce option, and would that option be feasible? And only in the event that none of those options proves feasible would a different program or a broader waiver be considered. And in that instance, there would be a consultation process with HPD to explore the affordability, to identify a program, and for HPD to also participate in the review of the findings with the Board of Standards and Appeals. But the idea is that, that's not me, I can't tell. The idea is that there is a process by which you sort of work within the program before you start to go outside the program, and that the hardship finding needs to be made with respect to an individual option. There may be other questions on this subject as well, but we can talk about all of this.
Okay, let's start with Mr. Knuckles, then Ms. Deluz, then Mr. Cirillo.
So Howard, the definition of self-created hardship, I mean, the overpaying foresight is I think the obvious one, but how else is that defined, or?
Well, you know, this is a topic that the Board of Standards and Appeals does deal with, and we've spoken to them about it. They do essentially an appraisal, you know, they look at appraisals, they look at comparables, and essentially that would be the process they would go through for identifying, you know, what a reasonable land cost would be. They don't necessarily look at the purchase price. They look at what a reasonable land cost would be in the process.
Based on the market?
Based on the market and what can be built on the site. That's correct.
Ms. Deluz.
I'm having a visceral reaction to your order of operations proposal. It just seems like a potential slippery slope where that would be a way for, well, you know, if it's 25% at 60% of AMI, you know, somebody pays more than that would support. I'm just concerned, and then they, you know, it just seems like that's a way to undermine what has been laid out as the preferred option for that particular rezoning. And I'm just wondering why that would be the approach, rather than just sticking to what was approved.
Well, I think the idea is that first you do stick to what is approved, and I think this question, I think we're going to have to do a little bit more examination of this question of exactly how this question of, you know, self-created hardship relates to purchase price, and be able to come back with a little bit more information on that. But I think the idea sticking, if there's no hardship, absolutely the program sticks, right? The idea is that in the event that a hardship can be demonstrated, and we do have to have a process, you know, to assign that, what we want to do is make sure that it's not open-ended. You know, I think one of the concerns was that people would argue that, you know, they should be able, they should have a somewhat lesser requirement. And we want to make sure that they stay within the program wherever possible.
But to follow up on that, I mean, why wouldn't the option, why wouldn't the default, rather than giving them a lesser requirement, be to provide more subsidy?
So, you know, options to us, options 1 and 2, whether it's the 25% or the 30% options, to us, they are similar. There are trade-offs. You're either getting more or affordable or less. So that for us, we feel that if BSA were to give relief, and just to start off, you can't get relief for overpaying. for land. So that's one thing. If there are site-specific issues or zoning-specific issues that make the project infeasible, there are other ways BSA can deal with that. So we're looking at a narrow basically issue where it is the MIH requirement and the MIH requirement alone that's making the project infeasible. We think that's a very high threshold to overcome. And because we believe options 1 and 2 are similar and can be applied interchangeably, we think that that is a good approach for BSA to take, and something that is transparent and that everybody, and is prescriptive, so that everybody knows that what we think are reasonable mandatory inclusionary options would still remain. And that you could only, at a point where BSA cannot determine that what we think the reasonable programmatic options can work, then they would come to HPD, so HPD can evaluate the project and provide other solutions.
Make one other sort of observation, which is just that just as you can use subsidy even absent this process, you can also use subsidy. I think the idea is that the city is not obligated to solve the problem through subsidy, right? That, it's not a pre-commitment of our subsidies to fill the gaps of in advance. But that it is one option, and if you can demonstrate to HPD that you meet their term sheet requirements for doing this, that is absolutely one of the solutions. I don't want to discount that. This is the instance when you're seeking relief instead of doing that, and it may in fact be an easier process if you can meet those requirements to just use the HPD programs as well. I think what we're broadly speaking, this is conceived of as a safety valve, and we're trying to structure it that way. And I think that the overall approach is to try to keep people in the program until they demonstrate at a very high, with a rather high bar, that they cannot exist within the program. And that's the concept, and this is the approach that we have suggested to take to do that.
Okay, we have a number. We have Mr. Cirillo, Mr. Cantor, Ms. Levin, and Ms. Efron, and Mr. Dweck. So we have almost everybody. So let's start with Mr. Cirillo, who's first.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just a couple of thoughts, just kind of segueing off of Michelle's questions. Given the fact, and this is a broad statement, but given the fact that BSA, and I completely support the creation of a forum for this type of issue, obviously. But given the fact that BSA, generally, when it comes to sort of the zoning land use issues that they contemplate on hardship, look at financial hardship. Mm-hmm. What do we know about their level of expertise and understanding to, and I see HPD and review of applications. Right. So how do we, I guess part one would be, how do we envision that actually working? Because their general way of looking at things is, I want to change my C, zoning to R because now it's not economically feasible for me to build some commercial space here, and it's more as, so that's really where their heads are at generally. Right, and so I guess that's
sort of where does HPD's sort of housing finance expertise play into this? And I think that we see it playing in sort of, in an advisory capacity as they review these applications. The idea is that the BSA is the adjudicator of the request, as given their sort of role under the charter. HPD, I don't know if you want to elaborate on this, but HPD, has housing finance expertise and certainly has all the knowledge about the applicable programs and things, which can be brought to bear in the evaluation of individual applications.
And we've spoken with representatives from BSA, and the understanding is that they can come to us, that they can contact us as soon as they get a request. Okay. One of the things we wanted to avoid was HPD becoming BSA, And so, so that while, one, that it is an automatic subsidy ask, we don't want it to be that, and two, we want to keep the appropriate body the one that people go to, but BSA understands that as soon as they get a request, that they will contact HPD and keep us apprised of the submissions and the process as it goes through. And should they decide that the program simply does not work, not because of any other reason, but because of MIH, then HPD would have to be included in agreeing that that's the case.
Do we feel that it's helpful, or is it envisioned that there will be some rulemaking that outlines the process that would ensure the involvement of the agencies with expertise to assist in the reviews of these types of applications? Because, again, we're talking today where everyone's working together on a goal, and 10 years from now, we don't know what the interagency relationships will be. It's territorial, and I just wonder if will there be an outline of the process, or are we just...
I think what we have been exploring, and I think the direction we would envision, is that the zoning text would mention the role of HPD and how it fits in within this process. Again, just to be clear that the adjudication of the application is fundamentally up to BSA, but there's other provisions of the zoning where the department may request a report from the Department of Transportation, for instance. It's similar to that in consultation with HPD, the board would arrive at its conclusions. But essentially, for this to serve its legal function, the ultimate determination will lie with the board, and there will be a role assigned to HPD within that.
Understood.
I think the vehicle for that we have been imagining has been the zoning text.
And if there are any changes, if BSA recognizes any legitimacy to the application, and it's either there's a complete waiver or there's a modification to what was approved by city planning or the city council and/or both, is there any role for us back at the end, are we involved in the end? Does anything come back to us to reflect that, or is it just you have the originally approved application and you have a BSA waiver or modification to a land use document?
It's hardship relief, and in that sense, it's not going to be subject to another approval, and that's why the BSA is the party that adjudicates the application. But in that sense, similarly to the way that variance applications or other applications to the board are subject to a review process, there is a full kind of transparency and public review aspect to the way the BSA special permit application process works, where the department would be aware of it, the community board would be aware, and notified.
And it would just be part of the file on the land that, I guess, would be, whether it runs with the land or not, but it would just be
actually,
some document.
Yeah, one important, Louise is just coming to the same thought that arrived at the same thought I had just arrived at, but somewhat earlier, is that typical BSA special permits can be renewed, for a series of terms. The idea of this one is that because it relates to the financial conditions at a moment in time, it was only subject to renewal upon reevaluation of the findings. It's not something that you can receive and then when it expires after 4 years, just renew it without condition for another 3 years. The idea is that it is geared to development at a point in time. So that's the idea.
Mr. Cantor.
Did I understand you saying that HPD will not entertain a hardship claim?
It's not HPD.
So
A hardship claim for land value?
So BSA cannot, the way we've envisioned it, that a hardship claim based on overpaying for land will not be entertained by BSA for a waiver.
Then why is it a bullet? Why should it not be removed from the category of study?
The only you mean why the BSA process is part of the zoning at all?
No, why is that particular consideration a consideration? Why
So-
should it not just be deleted?
Make it explicit that payment for land.
I think the idea is and we will examine this with BSA, but I think the idea is that it's not that the land price is not a consideration at all, because you could have purchased the land under a perfectly reasonable set of conditions at a point in time based on reasonable expectations, and that at some later date for another reason that price becomes a problem. The question is whether it was a reasonable price to pay for the land given the expectations, right? So it's not that land price is never a consideration, it's that it's a consideration only through the lens of what are reasonable expectations based on the
But I
property.
think over history, you'll acknowledge that that, quote, consideration has been used God knows how many times. It's a prime effort, it's a prime claim to BSA for consideration.
I think this is definitely a point of sensitivity, and as we look at this text, we can make sure that we're writing it in a way that it can be evaluated properly by the board. And so I think that's an issue we're going to continue to drill down on.
Okay.
Ms. Levin?
Commissioner Cantor basically got to my point, but I'm wondering in this discussion, would it be helpful for you to provide us with some illustrative scenarios for how an argument might be made to the BSA and, in a variety of cases, what the right answer would be from BSA, just to illustrate the kinds of cases that would be appropriate and the answers you'd expect?
It's what we'll consider.
Yeah, I think we think in general, I mean, as is obvious from these questions, and the thought that both HPD and city planning staff are putting into this is a major area where we will get back to you with clarifications next week. These are all very, very helpful suggestions.
Can I add one more to it? And
Absolutely.
I'm sure you'll know the answer, I just don't. Are the remedies of the BSA waiver no waiver, or could there be a prorated payment in lieu, since you already have the payment in lieu as part and parcel of the whole conversation?
That's right. If you're eligible for the payment in lieu option, right? In other words, if
Right.
you're over 25 units, there's no payment in lieu via BSA special permit. You can't swap that in for where it wasn't an option to begin with. But reduced affordable housing requirement or reduced payment in lieu are ways that the relief could be granted.
Mr. Dweck, then Mr. Cirillo, and then Mr. Cantor.
I think my question was touched upon. Obviously, real estate markets are cyclical, and if there's a downturn, then they would be able to go to the BSA and get special permit reducing the amount of affordable units they would have to create based on their market forecast at the time of purchase, which was within reason.
I think we were just discussing how when the BSA looks at this, and this is one of the things that HPD can provide some support on when the BSA reviews an application. They will be looking at not in the abstract, what would this much affordability, but actually looking at this through the lens of with a 421A exemption, this is what the return would be. Without a 421A exemption at a reduced affordability, this is what the return would be. And when you look at those things together, once you dip below what the 421A requirement would be, it's going to have a substantial impact on your return. So feasibility is going to be something that is not, there may be a market downturn, and that may, not necessarily would, cause a hardship. And then you would be able to receive, if a hardship was found, you would have a special permit with a term. So when the market returned, that special permit wouldn't necessarily be valid any longer. So if the market comes back, that special permit might burn off too.
Perhaps there's a way we can collar that price band on the land that would trigger a BSA review, perhaps. I know that in the financial crisis, the banks were made to do doomsday scenarios if everything fell apart. So perhaps we can codify it somehow that give or take 25% downward. That given a 25% downward market, the project would still be economically feasible in order to then meet a BSA requirement or BSA modification.
So
I'm just looking for a way to simplify it and to stop, to stop the potential for future everybody going to the BSA, because it's cyclical market, there'll be a downturn, there'll be upswing, so you're gonna have to expect that.
And just to add also, so if a project is applying for 421A and they can meet the 421A requirements, there's no way they'd be able to support a waiver application from the BSA of the MIH requirements. So because if you can do 10% at 40 and 10% at 60, then definitely you can do the MIH requirements. And also, if a rental scenario would be better than a condo scenario, would be better than a rental scenario, a developer would have to explore a different tenure. It can't just be that my rental scenario doesn't work, but I refuse to do condos in a market where condos work. So it's just some illustration of how some of it might play out.
So you would envision most of the applications coming in from the 10 to 25 units with the pilot?
I think, I don't know that we envision a large number of applications to this at all. I think this is a safety valve. I don't think we expect we certainly, don't expect a lot of the 11 to 25 unit projects to come in through this. I think that we would expect to see them try to avail themselves of other options that don't involve an application process where they can. This is not, especially for a smaller project, it's nothing to go through a process like that. So I think this is the effort we're trying to make to put structure on, and these are interesting questions about how, and we'll work through some of these in the course of the week here.
But if they're in an MIH zone, then they have to either comply or not.
Correct.
Right.
Yeah, and if they're below 25 units, they may have two options for how to comply.
Right.
And as Louise said, if they're seeking 421A benefits, it's the likelihood of being able to qualify for hardship of virtually zero. Mr. Cirillo.
So, Howard, just playing off the comment you made just prior to Joe's question about if in the relief options, could one of the options be the developer would pay into the fund, and the answer was, well, they can't, if they're not in that category, it wouldn't be an option.
That's right.
Knowing that BSA, this is at BSA, and BSA has its own relief options, right? The ones that are part of the relief they're allowed to provide, whether it's through, their charter, the charter or the administrative code, through case law, rulemaking. What binds the BSA to recognize the zone, our categories of building versus seeing the applicant as an applicant seeking relief? What commits them to have to follow our categorization of what the property is versus looking at, and the options available to them? How does that get
This is all about how we write the zoning text. Now, we're writing this as a special permit, which is structured differently from a variance. A variance, they must demonstrate uniqueness. They have to demonstrate a hardship, and the source of the hardship has to have something to do with the physical conditions of the site, right? There are different types of physical conditions that can constitute, that can generate that hardship. But there are subsoil conditions, topography, irregular lot shape and size. Those are all factors that are not sufficient to create a hardship under the way we're writing this MIH special permit.
A knowledgeable developer or a knowledgeable buyer would be checking out that land beforehand. Okay, he would know if he's on land or on mud.
Right. So setting aside those are all considerations that are applicable to the variance process, right? But the way we've drafted the text for the BSA special permit for MIH is that the MIH requirements cause a hardship. So you're basically comparing the development with MIH and the development without MIH, and you're demonstrating not only that you can't do it with the MIH requirements, but that you could do it without them. Because otherwise, it's not creating your hardship, right? Something else might be, but it's not the MIH requirements. So you can't get relief from the MIH requirements if they're not what's causing the hardship.
But to me, I'm going to take that again. This is a super duper potentially legal debate, but I don't want to go there.
We have lawyers.
But There's a difference between identifying if there's a hardship based upon the MIH requirements, which of course means you need to analyze the MIH requirements, which would lead you to the categories that the properties, the
Right.
sites are in, versus what relief is available to the developer. And my question is, what forces the BSA to recognize our categories at the relief stage?
The zoning text. What we would do
Okay.
is we would say, this order of operations concept would be written into the zoning text.
Okay.
It would be more structured than just saying the board may grant relief. It would say,
Okay.
upon a finding that X, the board may do Y, upon a finding that.
Okay,
And so that's the way we would want to structure.
Okay, understood. That's great. Thank you.
And that it really is a distinction between this process and the variance process.
Completely. Right, and that's, I was, right, without knowing that, they seem to have a lot of leeway, and how do we control that leeway? And
They have,
and having it.
and they have that leeway on the variance process. Here, to use Commissioner Dweck's term, there'd be a collar on their.
A collar,
building.
okay, got it.
Mr. Cantor.
The colloquy between Fred and between Joe and you guys was someplace where I was going as well. I'm concerned, look, BSA has been around a long time. And it hasn't always had the greatest reputation. I'm not for a moment suggesting anything with respect to BSA today. Zero, not on nothing. On the contrary, it seems to have been improving. But what we're hearing here, and the last comment you made regarding the text is helpful. What we're hearing here up to that point was somebody, a small guy, buys a property, comes back, now we've got the recession that Joe is talking about, okay? He comes back, pardon? Okay, he comes back and he wants relief. The big guy can't come back for relief. He goes under, or he becomes a lesser developed nation and the banks cover him. But the little guy can always go to BSA to bail him out of his error. Why should why should the city of New York bail him out of his error?
I think the premise of this, just sort of the risk of getting repetitive on the words I'm using, is that there's a safety valve in the event that the requirements and not other circumstances, through the conclusions that can be drawn by through the application process, that the requirements are going to make development infeasible. And that this is the this process is here because we think it needs to be here. And so we want to draw it in as structured and as finite a way as possible to avoid the potential for abuse.
Okay, but now,
Yeah.
obviously, we cannot change the rules of BSA. But what you're suggesting is that we can create our own language that makes it not possible to go to BSA on that particular question.
Where we would define the grounds as tightly as we can upon which the BSA can grant this kind of.
And what other
relief.
agency, other than ourselves and the city council, have the ability to challenge us? Have the ability to challenge us?
To challenge?
Yeah, in other words, we're going to do what you're saying, and it's
Yes.
good. I'm pleased to hear it, and I'm in favor of it. But now, we're going to write it up this way. Presumably, it's going to the council. Council writes it up this way, they're happy to. What other agency has the opportunity to object to the language we have created?
I don't think there would be anyone else.
No other agency, the courts would have the ability to address it.
Of course I know.
Right.
Right, which.
Okay.
Who do I have here? I have Ms. Delauze, and then I have Mr. Dweck.
I'm just going back for a sec on HPD's role, and I think you said HPD's role would be outlined in the zoning text. Obviously, David Karnowski specifically raised the point about outlining HPD's role statutorily. How does that compare to that particular recommendation, and
I think that is, I'm not sure, I can't say exactly what specific role he
Envision.
was suggesting when he mentioned that, but I think the idea is that the role is, there's a couple of aspects to it. One is to provide assistance and expertise in evaluating claims of hardship through the housing finance analysis. Another one is obviously, just identifying projects that, might be worthy of subsidy. And then finally, a specific role for the projects that, for whom none of the options work. Once you're getting outside of the options that are already built into the program, you'd have to bring HPD in to construct an alternative option. And no one would get an outright waiver, or at least without having that consultation process have occurred. That's the kind of role. I think the balance that we're trying to achieve here is one where HPD doesn't become the first call. If people want to talk about housing subsidies to build, then that's what HPD is there for. But you're not going to go to them to say, please reduce my requirement. That's not the role that HPD is going to play.
And I had a follow-up question, and I'm just, it probably speaks to Commissioner Levin's question about outlining what we think might be reasonable claims. I'm just wondering, when a claim comes, and the difference between a legitimate claim and something that might not be legitimate is just time. Like literally, like the market has more time to correct or whatever it is.
Right. And that's one of the reasons for the time limiting of the, to the I don't want to say non-renewal, but the sort of no unconditional renewal. In other words, you have to make the findings again for a special permit to be renewed.
Mr. Dweck.
Yeah, I just want to bottom line it and see if I understood it correctly. So, Anita, we need the special permit relief so that we are in compliance, that we don't run afoul of the takings law. I don't mean to make you get up. Okay, so we must have that safety valve put in place so that we don't have a legal, we can withstand a legal challenge.
Absolutely correct.
But on the other side, I think the general consensus is that we want to set the tight parameters,
Right.
and I'll go back to my collar word, which I trademarked, some collars around this, some parameters around the ability to actually go out and use the special permit. But we have to have it based on the law.
It's essential that we have a mechanism for relief so that we have not constructed a program where there's a class or category of development that is totally infeasible in the construct that we've established. So that's why we need it. But we also very much understand the view that we need to really, to the extent we can, constrain the circumstances in which this sort of fail-safe safety valve can be used. And that's why we have crafted this in as specific a way as we think we can to make sure that the relief is only that which is necessary and is only with respect to the imposition of this particular requirement.
I think the tighter we can constrict.
Yes. And so that's what we're trying to do and have worked back and forth with BSA with respect.
Thank you so much.
Okay, so with that, I would say clearly we'll be back here next week with thanks to all of your comments on this. I think some much more explicit language. And unless I hear some other questions, I'm prepared to plow on to ZQA, unless all of you want to reconvene again on Wednesday, since we seem to have adopted every Monday and Wednesday schedule for the last several weeks. But absent that, let's go on to ZQA. And let me, and thank you. I mean, I think this is a very, very helpful exchange for everybody. And this is, I know, extremely helpful for the staff, both HPD and city planning staff. So Frank is going to go through ZQA. Let me just say, I guess, put this in a context in a bunch of categories. What Frank is going to do first, I think, is there were a number of assertions that were made about what ZQA would do that are we believe are just wrong, they're just incorrect. And so Frank is going to go through that first category. Then there were a number of assertions that express concerns saying that ZQA would do certain things but would not result in the benefits that are claimed for those things. And that's a sort of second category where we, staff believes that those assertions are simply incorrect because the benefits are there. And then third, in the area that probably is the most, will involve the most discussion, are assertions that express concerns about what ZQA, certain parts of ZQA would do, where conceitedly there are benefits, but the real issue is what the trade-offs are, and do the concerns, are the concerns appropriately balanced in terms of public policy against the benefits. And we thought that would be the best way to go about this, so at least the first two categories, hopefully there won't be that much disagreement about, and there can be a real focus on the third category, which really are, here are things that can happen, people have concerns about these things, and do the benefits outweigh the concerns? And so that's the way we're going to look at this, and hopefully it will, as with MIH, become even clearer as the evening progresses. Go ahead, Frank.
And we'll take only 10 minutes of all of your time. Also, just to that, and just so in case there are things as part of the presentation, you're like, oh, I want to talk about this, just to know what the order of things are, so that there are things that are coming down the line, more specific, in particularly elements of the building envelope, and more specific ones, the ones that we talked about last week, as things that we would look at. We'll go through all those. Some specific elements about use for affordable senior housing and long-term care facilities, kind of new definitions as part of the proposal, and then we'll spend some time, actually, and Laura, who didn't disappear, will also be joining us to talk about some of the parking changes too. Okay, so we're going to start with building envelope and we call this general issues, but I think the thing just to note is that most or many of the people who have been critical of the proposal took little issue with many of the changes to promote better quality buildings, but predominantly took issue with the height changes that were part of the proposal. That's really kind of the core. And so when we've talked about this general issue, this is kind of this notion of height changes and relation to the proposal. And to start, before we go into some of the kind of comments we heard, I think it's important to just give a little bit of background as to why we did what we did, to give a sense of why are we here. So first of all, I think when we've looked at the building envelopes, we've kind of heard from communities over time that the buildings they see in their neighborhood built under these rules really don't fit in with their neighborhood. They're kind of different than the existing buildings, and there's an issue there. Two, when we walk around the city ourselves, we've had 30 years of experience with these rules. What do those buildings look like? How do they look? Are they contextual? How do they work with their context? And three, really just from practitioners over time, saying that the building envelope itself was really flexible, forced lesser quality design decisions, and that there were challenges really exacerbated when trying to provide floor area through the inclusionary housing program. And that really, all of those various features were really kind of most enshrined in the CHPC study, building envelope conundrum. But beyond the building envelope conundrum, we ourselves at the department, and some of this is in the EIS, so I'm not going to go through it in great detail, did our own more kind of formal and kind of overarching analysis of all of our zoning districts to see what the issues were for buildings. And in looking first with buildings that have the standard FARs of districts, not the higher FAR for inclusionary, we found that generally buildings could fit the permitted floor area on a typical site, but often couldn't do it in what we labeled as a best practices building. That's a building that had interior spaces and layouts that met today's standards, and particularly those standards for affordable housing buildings, and with good exterior design and street presence. This is really particular to the ground floor. What we saw were that builders had to make choices between providing one or more traditional building features, including design articulation, higher ground floors, or typical units, to actually fit that floor area. You couldn't do all elements, you actually had to make choices and to actually do that. And so we would see buildings that would, and this would typically result in buildings that had somewhat less successful ground floors. But at the end of the day, you could still fit. And when we looked at this and we tried to identify throughout whatever various changes we could make, the issue to the contextual rules, the issue of height was still a predominant issue here, that the height was the main issue in the envelope that was causing this problem. So the proposal, and this is something that we looked at in a general way, and then as we heard comments from people through this public review process, we really focused that additional height on the ground floor and requiring that additional height really be only available to buildings that had a higher ground floor, which is really from the public's perspective as thinking about zoning's relationship to the sidewalk and how we experience buildings all the time is really the kind of critical role of a building. So there, what we allowed was that a building that raised its ground floor had a ground floor, as we in zoning parlance said, a second floor starting at least 13 feet in the air allowed for a building to be 5 feet taller. That would allow then the flexibility really to provide that ground floor. It also made sure that that additional height really couldn't be used at the top of the building, it really had to be at the ground. That was really 5 feet in most of the zoning districts, and we'll talk about some of the R9A and the higher density districts a little bit separately, but that really was that kind of core initial thought. And I think this is important when we analyzed buildings that tried to utilize the additional floor area available through the inclusionary program, or actually for affordable senior housing, we saw a much more challenging situation. It was not only really impossible to fit a best practices residential building, that with a good ground floor, design articulation, higher floor-to-floor heights for residential units, but they had difficulty fitting the permitted floor area, even if they did the opposites of all those things. If they had a low ground floor, no design articulation, deeper buildings than typically are built today, and low floor-to-floor heights. That was really, even when you tried to do all those things in some of the zoning districts, you actually couldn't fit it all. And that we saw as a kind of major issue. And we not only do we see it as an issue, but we've kind of heard this anecdotally, which is that when people are trying to build under these rules, that there's really this trade-off, right, at the end of the day, that you could have a higher quality building, or you could have a building that has affordable housing but is really squished and kind of tightly packed into the envelope. And really, as part of this proposal as a whole, zoning for quality and affordability, we wanted to address both of those things and make sure a building could do both. So in this more challenging situation, what we needed to do was not really just talking about 5 feet of height, but really talking about additional stories to give the flexibility to actually provide a best practices residential building. And really that resulted in most of the city, this was 1 or 2 additional stories. We have them here, but this is really in the lower density versions of contextual district. That was 1 story, like in R6A. The great bulk of zoning districts, that was 2 stories, to really give the flexibility that was needed to fit that additional floor area. So, as said before, I think the concern has generally been about, from these 2 proposals, and really kind of 3 groupings that you could make for them. One is just their effects on quality and affordability. Would the proposal do anything to affect those things? 2, its effects on a couple of different things, both tear downs, something we've heard a little bit, we were talking a little bit about before, and also infrastructural issues. And then 3rd, just the effect of the proposal on previous planning efforts that this department has done and others have done in neighborhoods throughout the city over the last 10 or 15 years. And we'll basically tackle them each individually, so I just wanted to let you know where we're going with that. And really starting with the first category, and that's that claim that the proposal would not produce benefits for either quality or affordability. And to be fair, there were a number of speakers who spoke on that point at the public hearing, but a lot of those comments were probably most crystallized in the testimony by the Greenwich Village Society for Historic Preservation, who not only spoke about this issue, but also tried to provide examples where they identified where they were making an argument that buildings that they were seeing didn't need these things. We also, given that we wanted to understand these buildings and spent a lot of time looking at these buildings, both with HPD and the materials they have through the inclusionary housing program, publicly available information through DOB, and just to evaluate the concerns that they expressed. And I think overall, when we've looked closely at the examples, we found a couple things, but we found that the buildings actually do demonstrate, in a lot of respects, many of the issues that ZQA tries to address, and we'll try to go through them. There were 5 buildings that the testimony had, but we'll talk about them individually. But in general, I think from that testimony, they really suggested that current regulations are sufficient to produce quality ground floors, well-designed buildings, and to provide all of the floor area of the inclusionary housing program, and that the current height limits aren't an issue to those things. So they illustrated their points with a series of buildings, 3 buildings in the Lower East Side East Village rezoning area that utilized the inclusionary housing program and suggested that each didn't, I'm just quoting from the testimony, fill out the entire zoning envelope, but still provided all their FAR. So in reality, when we've looked at these buildings, I'll start with this one, the first one, all 3 of the buildings actually did reach the maximum height and fill out the envelope that they were provided. But importantly, 2 of the 3 buildings did not build all of their permitted FAR. And that is because we're talking about the inclusionary housing program. This is meaning particularly they're not building all of their permitted affordable housing FAR. The first here at 11 Second Avenue was underbuilt by approximately 5,000 square feet, even though it achieved the maximum height of 120 feet. This is an R8A district. 101 Avenue D, which was the second building identified, was underbuilt by actually approximately 19,000 square feet, even though it built to the full envelope of the R8A district. In general, what that means is this program, which is meant to provide affordable housing through the inclusionary program, was resulting in less permanently affordable housing than could have been created because, really, of the envelope. Right? It's maxed out, and I think, honestly, when you look at this building, it really does look like the entirety of the envelope has been taken up. Just looking actually at the ground floor of 101 Avenue D, and actually just to this point that not only is it just the building envelope, but really the relationship to the ground. And it's a little dark here, and we can try to blow this up if you want. But really just talking about this building, and this line here represents the habitable space of the future retail of 101 Avenue D. And if you can actually see over here, we draw the line straight, you can actually still see the rest of the glass of the older retail space of the mixed-use building to the left. It's really kind of noting that even in these spaces, you're getting lower floor-to-floor heights than you have in a typical building. Third building that was identified was 79 Avenue D, and this building actually was able to achieve its full FAR, 7.2 FAR. Now, mind you, it's quite new, so this really is, there's very little other information. It's not built yet. And however, just from this drawing, as you can kind of see here, and from just the regular permit data that's available, it really looks kind of quite tight in the envelope. We don't really know what these floor-to-floor heights are yet because the building is really quite new, but we kind of see this as a really tightly packed building. We found another building actually in the Lower East Side area that was able to also provide all of its affordable housing floor area its inclusionary housing floor area. And this building is actually built and has more information, so we wanted to look at this one and it's kind of a comparable situation. This is 331 East Houston. To fit the 7.2 FAR, there's a number of things this building had to do. It had to provide several of the floors in the base of this building at 9-foot floor-to-floor height. That's surprisingly low for a residential building. The ground floor has a total height of 10 feet, 4 inches. The depth of the building is actually 70 feet. That's 5 feet deeper than the buildings that even in 1987 we assumed would be built as part of the quality housing program. And it still achieved just the 120-foot height limit of the R8A district. This building is basically, when you look at it, this is a rendering that's actually its built condition. It is the zoning envelope. If you saw in the handbook, this is all you can do to fit the affordable housing floor area of the inclusionary housing program. So, you know, I think so 2 of the 3 couldn't do it. We found a 4th, but the 2 that do seem to really only be able to do it by like squishing it all in. We also, and also just I wanted to note this, again, this is the construction of 331 East Houston, and again, you can kind of see there's the habitable level of this 10-foot foreground floor, and here you can see this is a retail building to the left of it, and the gates, or the kind of grates to maintain that space, are actually still going up higher than that, right? Again, this kind of point that these spaces are actually quite low in comparison to older buildings in these neighborhoods. There were, in addition, there were 2 buildings that were noted as not providing inclusionary housing through the inclusionary housing program that were identified. Material testimony included this building at 138 East 12th Street that was well below the height limit, and they suggested that this be another argument as to why the additional height wasn't needed. As an aside, this really didn't take into account that buildings that don't provide affordable housing through the inclusionary housing program in an inclusionary housing area get a lower floor area than a regular building outside of an inclusionary housing area. So in many respects, it's not surprising that this building actually is built to less than the envelope, because quite honestly, there's just less that it could actually build in this area. So that if there's room remaining, that makes sense, because they actually have less than they're typically permitted. That's right. This building did
No
not take
affordable housing.
They chose not to use the bonus. So that the fact that the building is smaller, even than a regular RAA building, is not surprising to us. There was a 5th building. It really isn't pertinent to the conversation because it was an extension of an existing and older tenement building, and those are actually restricted by the MDL to a maximum of 6 stories in total. So that building didn't go higher than, or go build to the height envelope, really wasn't an issue. That's the MDL isn't changing as part of this proposal. So in essence, I think we found from this work really 2 types of examples: buildings that did not use the full inclusionary housing, thus FAR, and thus provided less permanently affordable housing, and buildings that did not use the full FAR by only sacrificing the design qualities and the resulting buildings. We'll come back to the Lower East Side in a little bit to talk about some other issues, but we think these examples actually kind of help demonstrate the issues and the really clear need for the proposal by providing additional height targeted to really these 2 areas, both the ground floor and for the allowance of affordable housing. We can address the conditions we are seeing in buildings actually built in these areas today, the low ground floors and the really deterrence of utilization of the inclusionary housing program. So if you want to talk about this part before we jump to talking about teardowns and infrastructure, we can. I just wanted to give a pause for a second to do that.
Any questions so far? Mr. Cantor?
Yeah, thanks, Frank. So these guys have floor area left over,
That's right.
and they have nothing to do with it.
That's right.
Is there, rather, well, they can't add to the height of the building because you're not going to add 1 floor to a building. It's not economically logical.
Well, not only that, it's that the building has a height limit that they couldn't fit, and there was no space to fit. And I'll take one of the, just if you mind, I'll go back to one of these. But if you look at 101 Avenue D, there was no space to fit the additional, what they would be permitted, 19 or so thousand square feet of additional floor area, because the envelope just had no room for it.
Would there be any logic at all in allowing them to sell their air within a given geographic area?
They don't have air.
Well, I think if any, I mean, the thing that I would say is,
And have that sold there go towards affordable housing?
I would actually say, I mean, if you think of it, the same envelope exists. So if the problem, and if the issue exists for this building here, moving it somewhere else just exacerbates the problem on that site too. Right, the same envelope exists in that area.
Right.
Yeah, that.
Just moving the problem to the next job.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay.
Good.
Okay. And if we want to talk more, if you have questions about that, we can, about those specific things. Next, I just want to jump to kind of a catch-all, but really tear downs and infrastructural concerns about the proposal. that ZQA would encourage tear downs of existing buildings and concerns that the infrastructure needed to support increased, just concerns about the additional infrastructure needed to support increased densities. Just generally, as I think what I'd say is that we appreciate these concerns generally, and together with other agencies, I think is some of the things you've heard as we're talking about projects like East New York, are undertaking numerous efforts to prevent displacement, improve capital funding, capital planning to support growth. This proposal, ZQA, we don't believe would contribute to either of those issues, and we'll try to go through a couple of reasons why. First, just starting point, we've said this a number of times, but it's worth just reiterating, the proposal does not include any additional market rate floor area. You have the amount of market rate floor area you have today. If it made sense to replace an existing building on a site today with a new, and replace it with a new building, that proposal or this proposal would not change that decision. While the proposal would increase the floor area permitted for affordable senior housing, this type of housing requires subsidy and is really not lucrative enough to encourage teardowns. So that's kind of point one. Point two, and it's kind of speaking to some of the earlier analysis work we did, which showed that the problem was not fitting the permitted market rate floor area. It could be done if one sacrificed some amount of design flexibility to do so. So either providing a lower floor-to-floor height in the ground, little design articulation, you had the ability to fit it. And finally, really, and that kind of speaks to this point, which we see, which is that experience alone is showing that people are building buildings already under these rules, making choices, sometimes at the expense, particularly of the ground floor. Which is why, at the end of the day, that's where we focused the design flexibility as part of the proposal for just a regular, non-affordable housing building. With respect to infrastructure and density, again, speaking to that point, that the total amount of market floor area is unchanged by this proposal. Changing the height of the ground floor would not change current permitted densities and its effect on infrastructure. And if anything, provides actually on the ground floor the opportunity for needed services like retail and community facility uses in neighborhoods. One of the things we heard from some of the testimony was this point that unless there is that opportunity to actually provide those uses on the ground floor of a building, those uses don't get built in neighborhoods. I think it was Martin Dunn's testimony who kind of pointed out that these buildings can help provide. Those are the kinds of infrastructure people in many respects are looking for. In regard to affordable senior housing and care facilities, we heard testimony from residents and providers of these uses that noted the contribution they make to livable neighborhoods and their role themselves as necessary community infrastructure. In addition, these facilities do not generate demand for school seats, peak hour commuting capacity, and in a way that are actually like ordinary residents. They're kind of different form of use. They're more like community infrastructure. And so providing more infrastructure for those uses is kind of a circular argument. And later, I think we'll touch on parking in a lot more detail, just as this is another area where some of the comments from communities question the need and desirability of reducing affordable housing parking requirements. But then again, at the public hearing, we heard testimony from a number of different providers of affordable housing in neighborhoods around the city, provided numerous examples, and we'll talk about some of them more specifically, that illustrated the high costs of providing that parking, the indirect costs of what could have happened on the sites, and the low levels of utilization for that parking. So that, I mean, there's a kind of series of arguments there with infrastructure and tear down. Just want to stop there to then maybe.
Any questions about that? Ms. Efron?
Not a question, more a clarification, because I was confused by some of the testimony, written and otherwise, from some of the historic districts. So looking at this slide, let's assume for a second that the brown building is built to its zoning envelope right now, but it has a 13-foot ceiling on the ground floor. Would that building be eligible to build a penthouse on top of it?
If a building had available floor area, if that building had available floor area and space in the envelope for it, if the ground floor was 13 feet in height, they would get 5 more feet. And so, yeah, I mean, it's available to existing buildings and new buildings as part of that.
And let's assume that that same building really only had a very low ground floor. It could, in theory, be torn down with a higher building for the ground and a higher ground floor and receive the same 5 feet, right?
That's right. I mean, a new building could do that. I mean, I think, and one of the things that I think we see is that it's rare, not to use this one drawn building, but if this was really an R7A district, this is a pretty built-out building for an R7A district, that if someone was to, to change this building for 5 feet of additional height would really be it's a very atypical or extraordinarily untypical development situation.
Right. Not unusual to build on top of it, but.
That's true.
Yeah, they could do that now.
Right. I mean, I think that's true. It just, as an,
You need 10 feet.
right. I mean, that is not what this is doing. And I think this is really just that 5 feet.
Right,
Unless
you'd
it's
need
unbuilt
to,
FAR.
for your
You would need
example,
unbuilt.
you'd need A, the available FAR, and B, probably more than 5 feet.
And just to further the positive side of this argument, they are eligible to build the unbuilt FAR without CQA.
That's right.
Right,
Right.
right.
Yeah,
So it's a lot of work for a few extra feet.
that's right.
Ms. Ellis, and then Mr. Cantor.
So Frank, I really appreciate you going through the examples from that the Greenwich Village folks provided. I think it's very, very helpful. So let's just say there's agreement that an extra feet is very helpful to the things that we want to achieve. How do we know that the amount of feet proposed helps us get there? Like, why isn't it half as much?
So I'll go through what we tried to do when we did that analysis that looked at what were the issues that you had in each of the zoning envelopes. And I think there are something like 15 individual situations. So we tried to look at each zoning district individually and identify what would be needed to build A, the full floor area of the inclusionary housing program, and B, to do that in what we call in the EIS at least, a best practices building. That's a building that had a good ground floor that was actually sufficient size. Regular, at this point, 10-foot floor-to-floor heights for regular housing, and flexibility for design articulation. That what was needed for those things. And if it was in an R6A, it was 1 story. In R8A, it was 2 stories. That we tried to make sure that the amount was targeted to the specifics of that zoning district. We'll talk, and I think that's something we'll talk a little bit in some of the higher density districts. There's a distinction between wide and narrow streets. That's a little bit more specific issue, and we'll get to that. I'll take that one specifically just because I think it's useful to talk about specifically. It's kind of a different, in some respects, a more.
So it's really about trying to achieve a best practice building.
I think that's right. One of the things that there's some testimony that we heard that talked about those best practice buildings as being, fancy towers kind of things. And I think when we look at best practices for HPD, that's a floor-to-floor height of 10 feet. That's not irrational. When we look in more detail at some of the buildings that we saw, like those Lower East Side examples, they were building 9 foot, just to make the programs work. It's a kind of very different standard than typical.
Mr. Cantor.
Speaking to the white building.
Uh-huh.
So if I owned that building for 20 years, and I've got myself 15,000 square foot of FAR available, but I can't use it because of a height limitation, do I have a hardship claim at BSA?
The first thing I'd say is that the additional floor area is, a significant amount of that is permanent affordable floor area through the inclusionary program. So it's not kind of a market rate floor area condition. It's kind of not really the kind of typical situation of a variance.
Okay, and that would be true if I no longer own it, but the guy bought it from me and now comes back and says he has a hardship.
Yeah, I mean, I
I
mean,
would assume that it would be illogical for him to claim a hardship because he knew what he was getting into.
well, it's also the building itself was built, right? I mean, it exists,
Okay.
and really this would be about providing more.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Okay.
Any other questions about this? No, go ahead.
Okay, now let's talk about what just kind of generally called earlier neighborhood planning. And it's an assertion we heard a lot that the proposed height changes undid earlier planning work in neighborhoods. And for the department, that's for all of you, this is a concern we take very seriously, and we want to spend some time discussing some of that here. There were numerous rezoning efforts undertaken by the department in the last 10 or 15 years. These were extremely rich conversations between the department, communities, other city agencies. We all spent a lot of time crafting zoning that was responsive to the specific situations found in neighborhoods throughout the city. In medium and high density areas, many, if not all, of the recent rezonings where concerns about ZQA have in many respects been greatest were places where the recent planning effort typically had two core goals. A, establishing contextual districts with height limits, and B, inclusionary housing areas that would generate permanently affordable housing. As was put in the goals of the East Village Lower East Side rezoning, it would A, foster new development that reflects the existing built character of the area, and B, create new opportunities for affordable housing along identified streets where appropriate. Now, this first goal was typically a reaction to, at the time, to buildings that were much taller and permitted by the older height factor rules. On the Upper West Side, it was a reaction to the 30-plus story aerial towers. On the Lower East Side, it was the 20-plus story buildings on narrow streets like Rivington, amongst others. And in Fort Greene, Clinton Hill, and Brooklyn, it was a number, and actually this is in quotes, a number of out-of-scale 11 to 13-story tower developments that were proposed or constructed that were inconsistent with the low-rise row house neighborhood character. There was also, beyond that, number two, there was really also a clear desire to see affordable housing created through the inclusionary housing program. In specific parts of these districts, higher densities were permitted through the inclusionary housing program under the idea that affordable housing would get built under this program. In the Lower East Side, there was such a desire for it that the community requested the department to modify its original proposal to create a wider applicability of the program, and we did, and that exists today. What was not expected or intended was that these two goals, both important to neighborhoods, would actually in some respects be in conflict. The height limits established as part of the contextual districts didn't always permit the full use of the inclusionary housing floor area, and in some respects were actually discouraging its use at all. 5 to 10 years on, we see this happening, not only in the Lower East Side, but also in other locations where the inclusionary housing program was applied with contextual zoning. Under the existing voluntary IH program, the areas that we've seen the greatest production of inclusionary housing are the ones that do not have contextual height limits, but allow buildings to be taller to fit the affordable IH floor area. Hudson Yards, West Chelsea, Greenpoint, Williamsburg, to name a few. Sampling of buildings that we did that were built in IH-designated areas under the contextual rules, again, kind of looking at the similar information available for the Lower East Side buildings, we saw that they beyond the Lower East Side were also running into the height limits, not building their full permitted inclusionary housing floor area, meaning that there was less permanently affordable housing than was expected at the time of those rezonings. So just taking an example of M160, this building here got not to 12.0 FAR, but to 11.5 FAR. It ran into the height limits.
Which one was that, Frank?
221 West 29th. It's just the one that I remember offhand, the specifics of the FAR. But that kind of same condition we were seeing in a lot of the contextual districts where you would find buildings that did participate in the program, but did run into the height limit and were not able to fit everything into the building envelope. I kind of had to provide less. And what that means is just not overall just less housing, but less permanently affordable housing through that program. But beyond those buildings that actually tried to make this program work, there are the buildings that didn't try. On the Lower East Side, we found numerous examples of buildings that were expected to use the inclusionary housing program as identified in the FEIS at the time. These were projected development sites that included the inclusionary housing program back at that time. but didn't do so. And so these buildings were opportunities that everyone expected to provide affordable housing, and they're not doing it. In a sense, and say this somewhat noting some of the infrastructural concerns, people have been concerned that the infrastructural needs caused by the proposal, but what we're actually seeing is in some respects less floor area than was originally expected in these areas to be built because there's less participation in this program. Nor, I think just as some of the examples we showed before in photo, did anyone have the desire that the buildings that would be built under these rules would be flat, they'd be boxy, they'd have lying crowd floors, and that they'd contribute little to their actual context. Last, just kind of one last notion of this. I think we've heard some testimony that suggests we should make the higher maximum heights only available as an option in future rezonings. But as we've seen, the problems I think that we've identified today exist in previously rezoned areas. They exist today. The goals of those previous planning efforts included imposing height limits, but it also included the creation of affordable housing and good buildings that contribute to the quality of those neighborhoods. This proposal seeks to continue to promote those goals consistent with those previous planning efforts. Clearly, just as a notion of trade-offs, I think that's a word we'll hear a lot as we keep talking. There are trade-offs, right? But before discussing that, we just thought it was important to reinforce some of the history here and the necessity of addressing both core goals that were typically being identified at those times in those rezonings.
Questions before we go on? Ms. Levin, then Ms. Efron.
Yeah, no, not so much a question as a comment. I think you're correct in identifying at least the two things that are mostly embedded in some of these neighborhood rezonings. That is concern about heights, and we want more affordable housing. I think you correctly illustrate that sometimes those height limits prevented the production of all of the affordable housing that might have been there, to which many people, I think we've heard it in testimony and we've heard throughout those rezoning efforts, many people would say, well, that's fine, because those two limits have to be balanced.
Well, I think,
So it's not a failure of those rezonings that, some would argue that it's not a failure of those rezonings that not all of the inclusionary fits. It's that height limit is important in this neighborhood, and then if you can fit within the height, we'll let you use inclusionary. But
I think
they're not an either or. But
Well,
for many.
It's clearly a trade-off. I
Yeah,
mean,
yeah.
we know that it's, if we were saying, I think, we need 100 feet in additional height in a area that has a 100-foot height limit in return for 2% more
Yeah.
affordable housing,
That gets to how we balance the trade-offs, but I think the dilemma we're facing as a commission,
question.
and the legs on which this don't undo our prior work argument stands, is that they were equally based on concerns about height, which we know is a visceral and sort of vehemently held attitude in many communities.
Sure.
And we want more affordable housing.
Absolutely.
And
Right.
as we figure out what to do about it, both of those goals need to remain prominent.
Absolutely, and the question, I think, on the table in terms of trade-offs is, was that balance right? Or should that balance be adjusted in a way that both protects neighborhoods and produces affordable housing?
Yeah, and I just go one step further and remind ourselves that, our whole process here is based on having individual communities involved in the planning for their neighborhoods. I mean, in 1961, we put in place, this overall rezoning, and then we've really seen nothing but neighborhood-based rezonings since then, trying to tailor the basic requirements of the 1961 zoning to individual neighborhoods. And the one time we tried to get away from that with unified bulk was a spectacular failure. And we have a whole ULURP process that's based on consulting with individual communities. And so I'm very sympathetic to the idea that we need to take into account the tremendous amount of work that individual communities have put into with the support of this whole system that starts with community consultation. We can't just throw that out the window.
I mean, I think
And I'm not suggesting that you're getting there, but that's where I come from.
Sure.
You know, I'm not allergic to height. I don't mind the super talls. I kind of like the engineering that makes, I can't believe I'm saying this in public on camera, but.
I want to stop.
But, you know, one or two more stories may be fine, but doing something that is 25% bigger than what you negotiated with a community 5 years ago isn't right by the process that we've created for ourselves.
I just want to throw in one other thing about the trade-offs too. You know, acknowledging all of the points that are being raised here, but it's not just a matter of the trade-off between are we getting affordability or are we getting shorter buildings, but it's also, if you're getting the affordability, what's the quality of the building you're getting as a result? Which is, you see that you get, you know, 9-foot floors in some buildings. The quality of the housing that we're actually getting as a result of the incentives we put in place to get the affordable housing, there's another sacrifice that's involved here. So it's a system under pressure, and the question is, how can we achieve as many of the goals that we'd like to achieve as possible?
Okay, Ms. Efron.
That was just going to be my point, is that the third factor between the height and the affordability is the quality. And I think this has been very persuasive on so many fronts about eliminating the questions based on faulty information in public hearings process. But it would just be so useful to be armed with proof that this will lead to better design, rather than an assumption that these buildings were built in these ways because of the envelope.
I mean, as saying this as an architect, I mean, I think it's, you know, when you see all of them getting to 119 feet 4 inches or 120 feet exactly, you know they're getting, you know, there's little left as flexibility. And I think, you know, when at the hearing, we heard a lot of concerns about this additional height. We also heard a lot of views from architects and builders of affordable housing that these things were actually impediments. These things were things that were making it hard to do the kinds of things that we would typically expect in a contextual.
The only thing I would say to that is I've often heard those same architects and developers talk about the building code as an impediment to affordability on putting in some design elements they would like. So I just put that out there.
I mean, I think building code aside, I mean, I think what we were, I mean, you know, you look at the zoning handbook, and this is the drawing we have of the R8A, and this is all you can do if you're trying to provide the affordable housing of the inclusionary housing program. I don't think that's the desire of, that they just felt they wanted to design it this way. They were really kind of forced into that. And these are the buildings that use the program, which I think is they're trying.
Mr. Cantor.
I guess there's something I don't understand here.
Sure.
Among others. I started out in this business 1950s. And at that time, and I think it's still in the code, you had to have a floor-to-ceiling of 8 foot 0.5. And on top of that, you would pour your concrete. The obvious reason for the buildings being built to that 8 foot 0.5 is they could maximize the number of floors. As time went on, I don't think it was any code reasons, but rather market reasons why guys were finding that they could rent better or sell better if the floor-to-ceiling height were increased. And that's how you got to the 8 foot 6 floor-to-ceiling, and that's how you got to the 9 foot floor ceiling, and now you've got 10s and even 12s. But what I don't understand is, and by the way, let me make it very clear. A 20-story building with 10-foot floors is 200 foot high. A 20-story building with 9-foot floors is 180 feet high. You're paying for that extra 20 feet in brick, in mortar, and concrete and steel and everything else. The only thing you're getting out of it, as far as I'm concerned, is the marketability of the project. But it costs more to build tall. Why are we, when we are fighting to get money for housing and subsidizing housing, why are we making it critical or a cause to raise the floor-to-floor heights on these buildings?
I don't, well, a couple things. I think there have been code changes. One of the ones that the CHPC study identified was sprinklers that have kind of changed some of the equations of how high a floor-to-floor
Okay,
could
but
be.
that's in corridors predominantly.
Beyond that, though, I
Okay.
think the other thing I would say is we're looking at buildings people are building today, right? That this is, we're not asking people to, we're not forcing them to provide 10-foot floor-to-floor
Correct.
heights. We're just trying to allow what is typically considered a normal practice for affordable housing today. This isn't, some people kind of noted this idea that these were luxury type units, and luxury units have floor-to-floor heights that are 12 or far higher than that. This is not what this proposal is trying to do. It's simply trying to provide a normal floor-to-floor height that's just contemporary practice today. And also, yeah, I mean, I guess that is it's something. Remember, we have height changes as part of this proposal, and also for the first time have height number of stories. We actually cap them, right? So we're trying to make sure that really kind of making clear that what we're just trying to allow what you should be able to do in a building, not trying to do something more and kind of squishing more floors in. And to the point, actually, one last thing. If someone built lower floor-to-floor heights, the building would be lower. We completely agree with that, but I think what we're seeing is that buildings trying to build just normal today under these height limits and provide affordable housing through the inclusionary housing program are running into the height limits that were established when the floor-to-floor heights of buildings were assumed to be a lot lower.
Yeah, but the market rate can sustain the higher floor-to-floor, while I would argue that the non-market rate, the affordable housing, could cost a bit less if it did not have that floor-to-floor requirement.
But I think, again, what we're trying to do is make sure that
No
Just
fair.
let me just try to answer that
No fair to
for a
it.
minute. Yeah. Well, first of all these buildings, these mixed-income buildings are all cross-subsidized. So to the extent to which higher rents or sales prices are possible via a unit with a higher floor-to-ceiling height, that helps toward the cross-subsidy in a mixed-income building. The other thing is that in entirely affordable buildings, they can still build 8-foot floor-to-ceiling heights, if that is in fact what they want to do. It's not a prohibition on building the lowest cost prototype possible. But one of the sort of notable reasons why, and I worked on the original quality housing in 1987. One of the most notable things we've seen in the last 30 years is that housing standards in general have risen dramatically. The buildings that we studied, that we modeled quality housing on in 1987, were really the cheapest possible forms of construction. And, you had to be there, but it was hard to imagine that anybody would build anything other than the cheapest forms of construction because the city was just so economically weak. But we certainly see that today, and we certainly see in places where the height limits are a little bit more permissive, we see higher floor-to-ceiling heights and we see better housing, both for the market rate units and the affordable units in mixed-income buildings.
And, okay.
Ms. Delos.
I just wanted to follow up on Commissioner Levin's point about the individual neighborhood rezonings and the delicate balancing act that goes on in every single one of those conversations. I think that's absolutely true, and, as someone who both talks to communities and builds affordable housing, you know that dance and that process. The one thing that might be helpful as we think about this and whether or not, how is this appropriate or how much is appropriate? is to maybe also look at the number of times when affordable housing buildings have gone before community boards for some level of waiver on height, that the community board has said no on that, right? Because, you know, I know that there are projects where the zoning envelope issue, the building envelope issue has come up, and it's been brought before the community board. And in debating that very issue, like, are we okay with a bit more affordable housing, even though we'd have to give up, you know, a little bit? People have said yes, in the examples that I know of. But maybe it's helpful to remind people of that, or to at least look at it, and to see in what cases folks said no, if any, as part of that process. Because I think people need to help understand, like that's how limited, we're really talking about in limited circumstances that this would be applied.
Yeah, but it's the chance to have that opportunity.
I understand.
That conversation.
I understand. Yeah.
Okay. Anything else on this? Go. Moving along, Frank.
Moving along. So now we're going to jump to some of the more specific issues with the building envelope, and we'll start with some of the higher density districts, R9A, R9X, and R10A. And notionally, first, one of the things we heard a lot about was wide and narrow street distinctions, but we just want to, again, kind of set the stage of what we were trying to look at. When doing our analysis of building envelopes, one of the things we saw was that that the building envelopes are actually almost tightest at the highest densities in these three districts, R9s through R10 contextuals. This was true both for standard buildings, kind of a building without the inclusionary housing floor area, as well as a building with the inclusionary housing floor area of the additional floor permitted for that district. And that was particularly true on narrow streets, because unlike most of the rest of the zoning districts that we have, these three have a narrow and wide street distinction between them as for a maximum height, but don't have that same distinction for FAR purposes. So first, we just want to start with what we labeled here as basic modifications, but really just talking about a standard building with the standard FAR of a R9A, R9X, or R10A. What we found was that the existing building envelope offers little room for articulation, and many resultant buildings have been rather flat. They have very unarticulated facades and are actually quite deep, as residential buildings go far deeper than was assumed in 1987. To promote better quality buildings in these higher density contextual districts, the proposal included not only the 5 feet for the qualifying ground floor, but actually had generally an additional 5 feet beyond that. So for R9A, R9X on narrow streets, and R10A on narrow streets, to provide what looked to be additional design flexibility to actually provide design articulation in that building. These were districts, because they're so big, it was less than just the ground floor. Concerns have been raised in the public review process that this additional flexibility beyond the 5 feet is not tied specifically to the quality of ground floors or to affordable housing. And I think I just want to say, like, we acknowledge this. The purpose here was to address the issues beyond that, which were unique to these very high-density buildings and high-density zoning districts. We'll talk about locations in a second, but that's kind of point one. In inclusionary housing, so now moving to the right-hand side of the column, zoning allows higher FARs and heights on wide streets, and heights on wide streets rather than on the narrow streets. In these highest density districts, this becomes actually an issue, because although greater height is allowed on the wide streets and the narrow streets, the same FAR is allowed on both. And as a result, the building envelope is far tighter on the narrow street versions of these than on the wide streets. This is particularly true for affordable housing, for the inclusionary housing program. And these were the districts where it was not only difficult, but in some respects impossible to actually fit all of the floor area permitted for that program. I think we've shown some of these in the past, but when we look at buildings and try to find all of the ways that one could try to squish the floors, make the building deeper, have no articulation. We were still finding in, say, examples like R9A, that one couldn't actually achieve the permitted FAR of the inclusionary housing program. So if you had inclusionary on an R9A narrow street, you really had difficulty actually providing it. There was very little left to do in that building envelope. Same thing on R10A narrow streets. We were seeing buildings getting to 11 FAR, couldn't really achieve the full 12 FAR of those districts. So we saw those narrow streets as an issue. And again, this is one of those areas where there are trade-off conversations, because these are places, if there was the inclusionary housing program included, we want to make sure that that program can work. So just to step back and kind of think about where we are. The areas in red are those locations of both the R9A, R9X, and R10A contextual districts that we have in the city. They are predominantly, so almost outside of this one very small area, predominantly located all in Manhattan, generally on the Upper East Side and the Upper West Side. As you can see, they're kind of following the avenues and the wide streets of the Upper East and the Upper West Side. And there's portions of it, of those three districts, in mainly Midtown South, along some of the streets there, and in some of the mid-block areas there, and zoning districts like M16D and Hudson Square that kind of have that higher density and a contextual building form. Zooming into the area of the Upper West Side, what we typically see of these mapping conditions, just looking at the zoning map, is typically a application of a high-density contextual district is along those avenues, so like C18A here, R10A here, and the way that zoning makes the distinction between wide and narrow street are portions beyond 100 feet of the wide street are considered the narrow street version. And when you look, most of these, and it's a little small, I apologize, but most of these are mapped to that 100-foot dimension, right? So these are normally just the wide street versions of these. When mappings went beyond that, and actually Central Park West is a good example of that, if it's 150 feet deep, the intention there was actually to reflect the character that was built in that area. Many of the buildings on Central Park West actually are just bigger than that, and so the dimension of that R10A mapping was intentional to reflect that. So that's like on the Upper East and Upper West Side, most of the, outside of these little slivers like that, most of the zonings of these high-density contextual districts are on the wide street. So there's very somewhat limited applicability of this narrow street distinction in these areas. There are also zoning designations like M16D, where special, in the kind of Midtown South part, where there's special zoning regulations, and this is true of Hudson Square too, that have narrow streets, but they have the height limits of either wide streets or allow their height of the wide streets for buildings that have inclusionary housing is within them. That's true of the situation of Hudson Square. And they additionally include different heights on the wide street versions on the avenues, generally 290 feet in height. So there's already in that zoning envelope distinction between those. So in general, on this kind of wide, narrow street distinction, there's limited applicability of that typical distinction because the mappings on narrow streets of these high-density districts are rather limited, but there still is a trade-off. Again, to think about this, adjusting the heights to reflect that typical wide, narrow street distinction would result in a less flexible building envelope in these high-density areas, and what that would translate into is many of the same issues we see today, which are flatter buildings, possibly less likelihood of the use of the inclusionary housing program in those areas that have that available, if and when construction does occur. And the other thing here is these are the areas we have mapped those today. And one of the things that we're trying to do as part of this proposal is just make sure all the tools in the toolbox work. So if there are ever future rezonings that include these high-density narrow street versions, that they can work, right? So again, we're not having, Anna, to your point, we're not having a conversation, again, where there was one thing we tried to do and then have to come back because we realized it wasn't working. So we want to make sure that we can make these districts work in the future, too. So those are kind of the issues here for these. I'm just going to jump back to the height chart, and maybe it's just good to have. So
Questions? Ms. Efron?
So can we talk a little bit about Lexington Avenue, since some have brought to our attention that it is one of the few 9Xs, and it is also a particularly narrow, wide street. So the resulting possibility of 205 feet in height on an otherwise fairly low avenue that's very, very narrow and sits outside of a major, at least for a good portion of it, along Central Park, sits next to a historic district with its own height limitations, just seems sort of out of context.
I mean, I think, well, a couple of things there just to talk through. On Lex, there is no inclusionary housing program. It's not like the R10s that have the R10 program. R9X was created, I'm forgetting the exact year, but actually before the regular contextual districts. It kind of predates them all, and predates many of them. And so it doesn't have an inclusionary housing version.
So it's, I'm sorry, so it would just be the senior that would count for the additional 45 feet?
That's right.
35
And
feet?
Right, if you're on a wide street version, which is what the R9X mappings on Lex are. They're just, because they only go 100 feet.
Are there any other of those R9A through 10A that would only be the larger height difference for senior housing?
There would be, if there are R9A areas that are mapped without inclusionary, I just offhand, I'd have to look. Yeah, most of them are. I mean, just let me go to the map. There's areas in Midtown South down here that are R9A that don't have the inclusionary program. They were mapped before that existed. The R10s have the R10A, have the R10 program if they were in a kind of typical inclusionary housing area. And that's really about it. So I think that's a fair point to this, which is, yeah, it's a different consideration than some of the other districts.
Okay, any other questions? Next.
Okay. So now we'll talk about narrow buildings, what some people love to talk about, sliver buildings. Okay, so just background. R72 and higher districts, so this is kind of high-density areas of the city, narrow lots are restricted to lower building heights regardless of their zoning district through what is colloquially called the sliver law. These maximum heights on these sites are generally restricted to the width of the abutting street. So if it's on a narrow street, it's typically 60 feet. On a wide street like an avenue, it's like 100 feet. Sliver regulations actually predate the contextual rules and contextual rezonings that would have come later. They were a response to a number of tall, very narrow buildings constructed in Manhattan, generally through zoning lot mergers in the early 80s. Once contextual zoning was mapped, zoning lot mergers were curtailed, but the sliver regulations represented a second, more restrictive height limitation on top of those contextual rules. That kicked in when buildings were less than 45 feet wide. We've identified one of the things, again, as part of this proposal, is kind of identifying areas where zoning was making it hard to provide affordable housing, right? Where are there rules that were really kind of conflicting with that overall goal? And identify the potential for these limits to impede the creation of affordable senior housing, long-term care facilities, or inclusionary housing on these sites, since the amount of housing that can be built is limited not by the maximum permitted FAR or the contextual building envelope, but by this other zoning provision. So the proposal, it's just important to remember what it tried to do, would limit or would remove this limit only in instances where affordable housing would be provided. So in which case a building could be developed to the applicable maximum building envelope for a regular, non-narrow street, narrow building. So taking an example of a narrow building in an R8A district on a wide street with sliver law restrictions, it can be built to the width of the abutting street, say 100 feet as the building's on the Lower East Side. This would not allow the full floor area allowed for the inclusionary housing or affordable senior housing. Under the proposal, it would be permitted to go to the proposed maximum height of 145 feet, just like a wider building would be permitted to do. Now, we've heard concerns about opening up the sliver law under this proposal, and we acknowledge that the proposal would create exceptions, but for all other instances, the sliver law is maintained, it's unchanged. For affordable senior housing and care facilities which have difficulty finding sites, this provision could make it easier to make more sites available to those uses. But again, this is one of those areas where there are trade-offs between the expected form of buildings for the sliver law and affordable housing. So this is just, there's a trade-off. This is one of those where the trade-off is actually in many respects kind of very specific and easy to identify, but it's one that we want to.
Ms. Efron.
This will really show off my lack of affordable housing development experience, but couldn't there be a retention of the sliver law, but some sort of reduction of the required MIH in the non-sliver portion of it? In other words, couldn't there be some compromise of the 25% or the 30% or whatever it is in order to reduce the the burden on the developer, but not compromise the height? Or am I?
Howard's coming over, so I'll let
Okay.
him talk about it. But I want to.
I'm not even sure I understand what I was asking, but
Right.
I'm just trying to figure out if there's any way to come up with a way to maintain the integrity of the neighborhood and without having slipper buildings and still have some affordable housing.
So I think that is an interesting question. There's sort of two things. One is, would it be subject to mandatory inclusionary, or would it be subject to the voluntary program? And in the immediate future, this would only encompass buildings that are subject to the existing voluntary program. And in that sense, you would expect this, the height limit to, if the height limit applies to a site where the building is, in the IH designated area, it wouldn't be able to achieve its full density, so it wouldn't generate. No one's going to use the bonus in that scenario because you just can't get enough floor area to make that work in the kind of situations we've outlined. If it were an off-site location for affordable housing for someone else to use that additional floor area, then you could imagine it. It would allow them to do more of that. This proposal would allow them to do more of that than they could do today. In an MIH scenario, now that would be something where we would have to, it's a little bit speculative because we don't have an obvious example in front of us, but I suppose to the extent that we're mapping R8A districts in areas where you could have a lot that's less than 45 feet wide, although Atlantic Avenue is a very wide street. I'm trying to think of an example where we might be creating that condition. And I can't think of one off the top of my head because it only applies in R7-2 or higher. So the 7A districts.
That narrow street, Sunset Park, 7th Avenue.
But if we were to create a new, in other words, it has to be something prospective for us to be doing MIH. So, in that sense, you would be, basically you'd have a building that gets less FAR than everybody else does. And it's just effectively gets less FAR. I think that it would be more, if they, the question is what relief. There's not a situation where the MIH requirements necessarily are the thing that's creating any hardship that they would be experiencing. It might be actually the sliver restriction that might create that hardship. So it would have to be parsed within the context of relief there, I think.
I think I just forced you to torture an example, and I'm sorry about that. It's just, I guess I have a hard time, I guess, the sliver law really has some practical considerations for neighborhoods, and it seems to be an exception, so why zone around the exception on the, change the text on the exception on this particular one, right?
I think if the exception is the building that's trying to, again, it's in the name. The proposal is zoning for quality and affordability and tries to identify those areas where there are trade-offs and there are areas where there are one zoning rule is affecting another zoning rule. So here in areas where or in places where inclusionary housing exists, but this other rule makes it hard to actually provide it, we're trying to identify that as an issue and see, again, clear trade-off here, but this is a trade-off that we're want to have a conversation about.
Also, we were talking this morning to a assisted living developer who pointed out, in fact, that what happens economically with the sliver law is that no one will ever do this for something like assisted living or affordable senior because it just doesn't pay out. It isn't financially sensible. You'll get condos. And he said this is why there is, in his view, there are no assisted living facilities, market rate or affordable, on the Upper East Side. So he's looking at it from a very, very specific economic picture of what he needs, and noted that the sliver law itself just stands in the way of doing this. So that's certainly something that speaks to what this will accomplish, although maybe not as much as you would like. I mean, it's not a matter of looking at the number of sites. It was more a matter of saying, okay, this really does set a limitation in the minds of those developers.
I guess it was just a sheer number that accomplished with such small buildings.
Mm-hmm.
This is really a detail. This particular issue is such a detail in ZQA. And it was created because neighborhoods were sensitive to height. This limitation is all about height. So I'm not sure in the trade-off whether it's right for us to say, oh, no, height's not so important. It's really maximizing affordability. I think these sliver sites are few and far between. I think that the affordable housing developers, whether for senior housing or regular housing, are not going to look at those sites enthusiastically, no matter how high they are, because they're so constrained. And I think the politics of getting this thing done suggests that we ought to just jettison this one and move on.
Does anyone else feel different?
No.
I mean, I would just say the higher you go, the more costly it is. And so from an affordable housing perspective, obviously the assisted living isn't necessarily affordable, but like you said, it could be market rate.
Duly noted.
I'm an outer borough girl.
It's not worth it.
Doesn't come up as much.
It's
It
just
is
not
true.
worth
I
the
mean,
fight. It's just-
as an aside, I think I started it with the notion that really this is our 7.2 and higher, and I think one of the things that was interesting was we were hearing those comments in places where the sliver doesn't even apply.
Right.
So, okay.
Next.
Rear yards. In R6 and higher, so not just in Manhattan, in Brooklyn too. The proposal allowed for the development of shared accessory spaces for affordable senior housing, long-term care facilities, and inclusionary housing buildings on the ground floor in the required 30-foot rear yard area, so to allow more efficient buildings. This matches the flexibility already afforded to parking, commercial uses where they're permitted, community facilities. As an aside on community facilities, for certain types, this rear yard obstruction is only allowed in lots fronting on wide streets, but then for others, it's allowed in all examples. So for schools, houses of worship, colleges, universities, and hospitals, this already exists. So the proposal would require these to be accessory spaces, not dwelling units. This is meant for those shared spaces and buildings. It also restricts the maximum height of the space to 15 feet, where, for example, parking is actually allowed to go up to 23 feet. It's kind of meant, again, for really just that ground floor. And it also, the proposal tried to recognize the character of what we call the B districts, which less frequently have intrusions into the rear yard area. So the proposal would not be allowed to apply there. So if you were building affordable senior housing in a B district, you would not have the ability to build on the ground floor in the rear yard area. We heard testimony that this provision would be beneficial, particularly to affordable senior housing, which had a great deal of shared space requirements, just the kind of shared facilities for the use. These spaces could be located on the ground floor, rather than, as was identified in some of the testimony, in the cellar or on the second floor, and overall provide for a more convenient building and efficient layout. But we also heard concerns that this would remove the green spaces of blocks, particularly interior blocks, and harm, a word we now have come to love, the donut form of traditional residential blocks. Because all these other uses can already build on the ground floor on rear yard areas, we don't think the proposal would create a great impact on the character of these areas. There's so many other things that can be built there today. In addition, the current regulations lead to just, Howard's put this well, just kind of strange anomalies where you can build a gym if it's in a commercial district, but if that gym was associated with an affordable senior housing facility, you can't build it in the rear yard area because that would be considered residential floor area. But again, this is an area where there are trade-offs. This is trying to provide more flexibility for these uses and benefit affordable senior housing, care facilities, and inclusionary housing by adding this one additional element that could be allowed on the ground floor in rear yard areas.
Questions? Comments? It's, right.
We'll just put that in the CPC report. It's an animated GIF.
It's the donut.
I could just say what I said about sliver buildings, but
Well, I think that, here I think there just as a difference. And I think one of the things we did, unlike the sliver change, we heard a lot of testimony about the need for this change for this specific building type, simply because this specific building type, particularly affordable senior housing, has different needs than just a regular residential building. I think that's something that maybe is maybe different, right? There was specific testimony on this as something that could be helpful to these specific. Whereas with sliver, I think you're right.
Ms. F.
Has there been any consideration to having a width threshold on this rear yard exemption? So, I think a lot of the testimony we heard was specifically around historic neighborhoods or low-scale neighborhoods, not necessarily historic neighborhoods, and protecting the donut. But it seems that there's a difference between a set of small homes in a neighborhood where perhaps too wide become, let's assume they're 18 feet wide and it's a 36 foot space versus larger lots or larger increments where it's perhaps not the same character. This is one where one size fits all may just be a little strange. It just seems.
That's fair. I think that let us look into some of the kind of almost geographic or kind of locational issues.
Yeah, it may come under specific zoning, but it may just be the size of the lots that characterize the neighborhood.
Next.
Yeah.
Oh, go ahead.
Okay.
Does this building owner know how often you're using this photo?
It's going to charge a commission. So.
Well, that's the architect.
Yeah, right.
All right, so we're going to talk about corner buildings. So this really reflects two specific changes as part of the proposal. This was about corner coverage requirements and what's called the transition rule. And what these changes were meant to do or reflect older apartment buildings in the city that really, use more parlance, really what we saw was wrap the corner, which is that the building would actually front on both streets. What we found was that in 1987, when the original quality housing regulations were put into place, it made it more difficult to actually provide a corner building because the maximum coverage on a corner was limited to 80%. And and this is a drawing from 1987, when they drew those buildings, they were assuming, it's kind of remarkable, it looks very much like the building that got built under these, but that the buildings that people wouldn't really try to wrap a corner as part of the building. And so the math simply just doesn't work. It's really hard to be a corner building and actually respect both sides. So the proposal, and just when you do the math, like the area of a yard and typical residential building depth, generally get you to like 90 or so %, right? That's what one needs, but it depends on different situations. So the proposal tried to address this by removing the 80% corner coverage requirement. We heard testimony that this was really too liberal as an idea. It basically allowed a coverage of 100%. But no real specific issues beyond that were identified. It was really more a kind of overall concern or kind of general concern rather than anything specific. The thing that I think we just note are one, the green space represents it here, but yard and court regulations continue to apply. Those things, so when dwelling units are placed, they can either have windows on the street or on courts and yards, and those requirements in the site, the requirements continue to exist. So this kind of notion that the entirety of this 100% coverage would be used up by a building really doesn't work. It's not, you can't make that work as a residential building, but we've left that 100% really under the idea that all those other requirements still are in place. And that's kind of the overall issue here. Next, on transition, there's a secondary rule on corners which restricts the height of the portion within 25 feet. Again, kind of portion back there. When the higher density district backs up into a low density district, and so this is really R6B and below, they're generally restricted to the height of that low density district within that particular area. So for the great amount of zoning districts, that's height of 35 feet. And the intention of this rule was to make sure that kind of provided an appropriate transition between the lower density areas and the higher density areas. But what we've seen is that since that low area, really 35 feet, is so low, and in addition that coverage requirement is so tight, people are simply leaving that area open and really rather than providing a transition, it kind of almost looks like a missing tooth on the block. And that, we show this building a lot, but that's the condition that existed there. So the proposal tried to address that kind of missing tooth problem by actually allowing the base height or a maximum height of 75 feet if it was a higher density district that had a higher base height permitted in that 25-foot area as a way to actually transition, rather than going up, down, up, to actually try to transition up to the higher height of the avenue frontage. The other part of this, as an aside, what I would say is that by allowing building to actually be constructed in that area in a more efficient way, that actually meant the overall buildings could actually be a bit shorter in those instances, rather than having to push everything up to the avenue, and in fact actually make the buildings taller than one would reasonably expect on a corner. So again, there's a trade-off here. This is kind of a point, and the overall thing that we've heard as concerns is that this would push development closer to the lower density context. And I think in this instance, that is one of the things the proposal is trying to do, because it's trying to, rather than having that kind of gap tooth along these kind of contextual blocks, actually allow the building to transition and actually provide a front onto those frontages. So this is an area where there is a trade-off, but it's really the core intent of the proposal. So I just wanted to kind of highlight this one. It's an issue that we saw a couple times, and just want to talk about what's going on.
Building with the exact same issue.
Mr. Cantor.
Thank
Sorry.
you. Frank, could you refresh our memory as to the participants outside the department in all of this fantastic amount of work you guys have done? Is it the real estate board, architects? Have we gotten input on all of this stuff?
Yeah, I mean, I think, so from a number of different instances, but I think one of the things that, we haven't really changed a lot of these requirements for a while, right? And over time, these things have kind of been pointed out by practitioners coming to the department. Just kind of architects kind of noting difficulties, people looking at rezoning areas and kind of identifying that it seems hard to fit what you're actually allowed to fit. CHPC, when they did the building envelope study, they had a number of practitioners identify specific buildings they had worked on and to see what the issues were in those. And that group and that report was kind of very informative to some of the ideas and some of the issues we saw here. So I think those two really kind of represent both, the experience of the last, let's just say 10 years, but further, that the department's seen about buildings and really kind of that notion at CHPC. But then, we always kind of meet with architects, practitioners, developers, affordable housing advocates as part of the creation.
You've gone into such heavy detail, it's remarkable. Have they, I'll use the word, signed off on what we're discussing today?
I think they noted a series of issues, right, over time. This proposal tries to address those issues that affect how a building can really work in a contextual district, and does it conflict with overall goals of affordable housing?
Have they seen and commented upon this list?
Yeah, and so to that point, something that I think we kind of noted we would talk about, just, we put out, back in February, a year ago, back in January, a year ago, we put out the scoping document that went into famously 160-page of detail about all of these various elements of the proposal. We then also personally went to at least 4 of the 5 AIAs in the city to go talk about the proposal and talk about the issues. And also also in addition to that, we placed the zoning text, kind of, where the rubber hits the road is going to be the zoning text, placed that online earlier, and kind of annotated it to a pretty unique degree to actually, and encourage practitioners and everyone to look at it and see, are there issues that, we're doing something that's actually making something else more difficult. We also spent a lot of time with DOB, Department of Buildings, literally page by page to go through these changes to identify, given they're at the end of the day the ones who are going to regulate these rules, are we writing this right? Are we fixing issues? Are we causing something else to be problematic? So we've tried to do a lot of work to make sure these rules can work and address the issues that we've seen, but that also just in practice, they will work in the future.
Mr. Chairman, I would suggest that you handcuff all of these people to their desks, because we don't want to lose them.
They've been handcuffed to their desks for the last 3 months. They're dying to get out. They want to enjoy life a little bit,
They've been remarkable.
Mr. Knuckles.
Thank you. Frank, in the rendering, no, the one you were.
Sorry.
Right there. Now, the isometric drawing on top.
Yep.
With the setback, that's the current zoning.
This was a building, this is actually from the 1987 Environmental Review of Quality Housing.
Right.
So this was the building they were trying to get.
Oh, okay, because I was going to ask, the bottom building, which is built
Yeah.
to the, which is existing.
Yeah, you know this gets into the weeds of what their assumptions were, but in some respects they assumed, because you have a different base heights.
Yeah.
In this, they were assuming that the building would just have the 1 story and then set back. It was that envelope they were looking at the time.
Okay, but the bottom building was built to,
The regular, the R rules. Right, where this is an RA, I'm not saying this was an RA building.
Okay.
This was just that really what we were trying to show is that notion of that separation, which
right.
really was inherent in the rules, wasn't desired in any way, but actually we're seeing it as an issue.
Yeah, that I get, thanks.
Okay. Any?
Distance between buildings. Under rules that regulate the minimum distance between multiple apartment buildings on a single zoning lot, multiple buildings over 50 feet height on that lot that are not abutting must be separated by a minimum of 40 feet or 40 to 60 feet, which is generally the width of a typical narrow street, depending on whether one or both of the facing walls have windows that are required windows, kind of technical term in the MDL, but generally are the windows for about a bedroom. Or living room. In some instances, the separation, one of the things that we were hearing was that this separation requirement was making it difficult to construct new efficient buildings on a lot, particularly with existing structures, and more particularly on smaller irregular lots where we're actually seeing more construction today. This was an issue that affordable senior housing advocates actually, I think, noted in some of the testimony at the hearing, but was one of the issues that were pointed out in the building envelope conundrum and some of the other work of affordable senior housing advocates. ZQA would reduce the maximum 60-foot separation requirement to be 40 feet to be in line with the required separation for all window and wall conditions as part of the state MDL, the state multiple dwelling law. This basically kind of puts zoning in line with the state law. Some comments I think that we've heard indicated that the belief that The current requirements in total always require a 60-foot buffer around buildings, and that's really not true. Depending on the window wall condition, it can be 40 feet already today. And second, the two buildings can actually abut, and there's no separation distance required by this zoning rule. And also, we've heard some statements that this could diminish the quality of some of the larger tower and park developments that we have in the city. And again, we don't really believe this is the case for a couple of reasons. One, the concerns, again, assume this buffer idea, which is really not the condition and really not the rule of zoning today. Abutting buildings are just as possible today, and they're not restricted by this rule. And it also, I think that notion doesn't really take into account existing lot coverage requirements for kind of tower in the park site is determined by height factor, which has a very low coverage allowance. So there's not much opportunity to change, that's on change as part of this proposal. And on kind of contextual building lot, the same coverage requirements apply. This really is the issue that we were seeing is really these kind of smaller lots and some of the difficult conditions faced by them, not the larger lots that already have other zoning rules that are already that are supersede this as a main issue.
Any questions about this? Okay.
Okay, getting there, guys. On construction methods, just one of the issues that was identified in the CHPC study was that there are new and innovative or new just prevailing construction methods that didn't exist when the original rules were put in place in 1987. These include rules that sometimes make for shallower buildings using block and plank, or slightly taller floor-to-floor heights using modular construction. And that in total, they make it, the rules as they are, because they never assumed they would exist, make it difficult to construct a well-designed building under the current rules. Generally, we've heard some concerns that the proposal would promote these forms of construction over more traditional forms. And we just want to make clear that this wasn't the proposal's intent. Rather, the proposal intends to accommodate all these construction techniques without preference for any of them. It accomplishes this by allowing sufficient room to fit floor area using any of the techniques, but without allowing, for instance, additional floors to be wedged in between by providing lower ceiling heights. We already see, and also just kind of to this point, we already see buildings constructed using these methods. And their particular issues are similar to the buildings that use more traditional methods. They can include issues with the ground floor and issues with providing the affordable housing floor area of the inclusionary housing program. So we don't see this as a kind of separate issue. We see these as, these were issues that were facing any form of construction. And particularly by making the change that the ground floor 5 feet really had to be focused on the ground. It's kind of silent to any form of construction. So just wanted to, there were some concerns about that or some notions, and I just want to make clear on that.
Okay.
Okay.
Any questions about that? No? Okay.
Okay. Low density senior housing. So this is talking about our 3.2, our 4, and our 5 districts. And here in these zoning districts, really the only building envelope change included in ZQA is for affordable senior housing and long-term care facilities in these zoning districts. So just to go through this, in these districts, affordable senior housing is permitted at higher FAR than regular residences. But it is restricted to the district's maximum height for residences, typically 35 feet, with a lower maximum perimeter wall. As an aside, community facilities such as nursing homes are not subject to that requirement. It's only residences have this 35-foot height dimension. These height restrictions are based on pitched roof housing models, regular kind of typical housing, and make the construction of apartment buildings served by elevators, which is a generally indispensable feature of affordable senior housing practical. In environments of this density, both within the city and in nearby communities, these uses are typically developed as an elevator building that are 4 to 6 stories in height, 45 to 65 feet. The multi-story configuration minimizes the need for mobility impaired residents to cross long corridors and to reach the elevator or facilities that are serviced within the building. To obtain that envelope today, buildings must come to you all, the City Planning Commission, for an authorization to be granted a building envelope for that 4 to 6 story form. And to this date, I think that the Commission has never turned down such an application, but the requirement really is kind of adds costs and time to projects. And it's kind of, again, one of those areas where there's a kind of notional, there's a trade-off, which is it makes it harder to build these facilities in these zoning districts. And I think this is something that we heard some of the testimony about. So to make it easier to construct these buildings in these districts, ZQA would permit them to be developed using a special as-of-right building envelope that would permit maximum height of 45 feet close to the street and a maximum height of 65 feet further away from the street. The envelope is actually based on projects that have been approved by the CPC through the authorization. We'll go through some of those in a second. As part of the proposal, long-term care facilities would also be subject to this new building envelope, which is in some respects similar to the existing envelope but for community facilities. Yard requirements continue to apply, and the commission's current authorization would also continue to apply in kind of special situations beyond this typical condition. So we just wanted to show some of the buildings that have been built under effectively this authorization, kind of go through different zoning districts to kind of demonstrate this. And they vary. I mean, in the R32 districts, these are actually both in Staten Island. We've seen 4-story buildings be built in this, but we've also seen 5-story versions of this building, or this building type. In our 4 districts, we found a couple here. These were both 4 stories, but that variance is, it really almost a condition more depending on how much open space one wants in the lot. It could be taller. And in our 5 districts, we saw 5- and 6-story versions of these buildings that got to the 65-foot height. And that was, the proposal was really, and is trying to make sure that that variance between these various different lots in these various different zoning districts can be accommodated in that building envelope. I guess one thing we've heard, particularly in testimony from communities, less so at the hearing, but I think in their community board recommendations, heard concerns that the envelope allows buildings that are taller than what would typically exist based on surrounding buildings, particularly in the lower density districts, maybe less R5, but R32 and R4, maybe more particularly. There was a view also expressed that this envelope would open up neighborhoods to more widespread development of these uses in these areas, with the potential to disrupt those neighborhoods. However, and I think this is something we did hear at the public hearing itself, we also heard testimony about the difficulty in funding these facilities, just in total, that they can't compete against regular market rate housing, and that they are generally only built on publicly owned sites, or formerly publicly owned sites, or nonprofit owned sites today. And there are some instances of this where private sites could be purchased at a low cost. This isn't really market rate single and 2-family homes. This is a gas station that existed in an R32 area. While senior housing generally only reached the higher maximum height in those R5 districts, where the permitted floor area is the highest, there have been examples, and I'll point out Markham Gardens again, where the building was over that 45-foot height. And really this is and said it before, but this is really a balance between having the building be a little taller and having there be more open space as part of it. And so there becomes this trade-off in those districts for this envelope. Just as an aside on this, beyond the envelope itself, the proposal doesn't change the FARs for this use. For affordable senior housing, you have the FARs that you are already permitted in R32, R4, and R5.
Mr. Cantor.
Thank you. Are we only addressing the building envelope, or are we also suggesting construction materials?
Just the envelope.
Okay, so there's nothing in there that's going to tell us to use a proprietary system for floor framing?
No, and I think what we tried this was one of those again inconsistencies of zoning, where I think it was in the late 1960s, these uses were given a higher FAR as opposed to regular residences. Over time, as we've made other zoning changes in these zoning districts, we actually capped them all residences to this 35-foot height limit, and that left affordable senior housing to deal with that, and the only way they could is through an authorization of the commission. So that this really is an issue of the envelope has the.
Do you know, Frank, how many of these authorizations have come to us over the years?
We have it in the EIS, I don't remember the exact number. It's like somehow about in the 40s. Since, I guess since 69 or since
40.
80.
40 plus, since 1960. Mr. Cirillo.
One per year.
Frank, thank you. My recollection of the testimony we heard that seemed to express the most concern, and I'll say even the communication we received from the Staten Island Borough President that was at some point distributed to us, was really about and you referenced this, maybe not in this same way, but it's really the potential for the out-of-context development in the low-density areas if, despite and recognizing the practical aspects of what you said about what's likely and what's not likely, the fact that it's permissible, we're dealing with what might be permissible, not necessarily, at least in this discussion, about what's practical. We're just talking about what's permissible, or what would be permissible. So, and I know the examples, obviously my easiest relation to processing this is from a perspective that I understand most closely in terms of the districts in Staten Island. You know, these two examples, which are good ones, obviously, they're not, although there's built R32 at the lowest density nearby. These are not the best examples in terms of what I think the fear is about what could happen in a neighborhood. These are on main streets. They are not, Markham maybe has a proximity to residential behind it. Seaview Manor kind of sits all by itself right now across the street. Brielle is a main street. There's a high school next to it, also, you know, very big, not a residential development, but Susan Wagner High School. So these are a little unique in their example, although they're good examples in terms of what's possible and what's not possible. I think it's more about when you look at certain neighborhoods, particularly the R32, which would be in the borough the most common, despite many rezonings that have downzonings that have taken place and throughout the borough, that the concern goes to really the rendering you have earlier, which is really the rendering, the multi. That's the concern, and you even have it, you know, right across the street and next to, you know, two-family home, you know, semi-detached homes. So that's really, I think, the concern about what does this mean, even if the practicality is the land, the cost, all of that. So that's really the issue that I understand the issue to be. I can't speak for everybody, but I just think that that's the issue and the sensitivity to being, and I know that garden apartments is, you know, it's probably not even an expression that anybody uses anymore, but the garden apartments that are permissible in R32 today, there really aren't that many. And in most of these residential neighborhoods, it's already a built character. So there's not a lot of vacant lots in R32s anymore, because if anything, they've been rezoned for fear of even R32 permissible development. And so we're dealing with the you know, looking back at garden apartments are like, maybe you have a few in different areas, but they're not big. It's really about what happens to the built environment, and will this incentivize, even though not practically, will this incentivize some creation of an opportunity that in the middle of one, you know, because in R32, there are still many one-family homes built, even though they had the ability to do more. The majority of R32 neighborhoods are really one and two family homes. They're 50, 60, 40 years old. To just like in the 80s, when people knocked down one-family and two-family homes and built, which was permissible, strip mall homes, you know, with 10 houses connected to each other, will there ever be an opportunity to, whether it devour a block or have in the middle of a block or an otherwise 1 and 2 family neighborhood or 3 and 4 family neighborhood, you know, developed kind of in an attached style, to all of a sudden have a building in the middle of it that's potentially 65 feet high. So I think that's a sensitivity we really need to have, because that's really what, I mean, I think in Queens, that was an issue, like that was sort of part of the issue in Queens, and I'm sure there's areas in Brooklyn. I mean, there's areas in every borough, but I'm just speaking from what I can really understand to be, and knowing the built character of the neighborhood, that I think that's an issue we need to sort of tackle somehow, or at least figure out how to articulate the fact that that's not, even though it looks permissible, is just not realistic. But I think that burden is on us somewhat.
Ms. Levin.
Well, this is going to sound very peculiar, but I really look at this one the same way that I look at the extra height in the R9 and R10 contextual districts. It's the communities have a visceral reaction to the scale of these buildings in relation to the surrounding context. And the fact that some of these have been approved by authorization, they've all been approved, so we don't need the authorization anymore, we should just allow them to be as of right, sort of avoids the role that community consultation has in shaping these projects. And, you know, if a local community would be okay with the scale of the rendering that you're proposing, that should be fine. But to have us impose that difference of scale on them, I don't think is correct. And I think often a community, so let's assume that maybe in many of these cases the communities did approve these authorizations. Well, it's because they had the opportunity to engage with the developer, to consider the site, to consider the trade-offs in their own context. And I'm wondering if here, and also in some of the other height examples that are creating so much concern in the public discussion, there's an opportunity for some community consultation component to it. Don't, you know, not a full ULURP, not a full-blown thing, but something that would make the extra height available in on a community-based, in a community-based kind of way.
And could I just tack just an additional thought on that, which I couldn't agree more. And at least in the lower density district, the salt in the wound of that process is, unless you're taking down an existing 35-foot garden apartment to build the 45 or 50-foot affordable senior unit or long-term care facility, you're really creating a completely new building type in an R32. So it's like the salt in the wound. So it becomes this as-of-right ability to completely build a completely new type of building without the, so it's just, like I said, it's just to tack on to the end of that. It's not just even about height, which would be if you were turning a garden apartment or an otherwise apartment building that is currently permissible in R32, and turning that into something else that you can redesign and build up so you can put the elevator and all the great things that are in this that make this a better proposal and ability to create a type of housing that is very much in need. But it's about what do you do in a neighborhood where that's not the building type at all, even though it was permissible to do. It never got done. They built a neighborhood, and now they're going to come in and do this there. So it's a very different, it just adds a little.
It's the context, in your example,
It's
it's the
about
context
context.
that actually is
Correct,
more.
it's about, yeah, exactly.
No.
So I think one of the other, acknowledging, I think, all of these, this is the fun thing about these trade-off conversations. But one of the challenges is that in order to achieve this housing type, this is You know, if you look anywhere within the region, if you go to suburban New Jersey, if you go to Long Island, you go to Westchester, and you look at affordable senior housing, the building type really does look, you know, it comes in slightly different flavors, but it's generally, you're talking about a 4 to 6 story building. It doesn't get higher than that generally. It doesn't get much lower than that usually. And the challenge is this is a weakness in what we've got in terms of the housing supply for these communities. You have large populations, often large elderly populations in neighborhoods. And the housing type that we know of that is able to address them is different. It is a different shaped building. And I think that that's the struggle here is what's the right balance here? You know, how much additional height is appropriate and how much, you know, in the context of how much open space on what type of site is appropriate to site this kind of housing within neighborhoods, acknowledging all of those things. You know, I think that the struggle is that with lower density contextual zoning, we gave them a pitched roof building type and it didn't work. And we need, you know, we have sort of decades of people not building affordable senior housing in that envelope. The question is, you know, we need something that looks more like these buildings. Where can we do that? That's the nature of this.
And I know we're focused on height, and I'm not saying that height isn't an issue in many communities on its own. But this is about context and height.
It's a different building form, yeah.
Okay. Thanks. Next.
Okay, so sandwich you used more than half. Much more. So two kind of general, the new uses that were included as part of the proposal, affordable independent residence for seniors and then long-term care facilities. There was some question about the definitions themselves and what's permitted with them. For affordable senior housing, this really relates to a great deal of concern about the additional floor area for affordable senior housing, that it could be converted to market rate floor area after the minimum required 30-year term is expired. This is about the permanence of the affordable senior housing. And just want to try to correct some issues about how that's been talked about, and just some of the misconceptions there. So additional floor area and height allowed for affordable senior housing could never be converted to market rate housing. I'm just going to say that, number one. And I think a way to think about this is to think of it in relation to other types of zoning rules we kind of typically usually deal with. And one of the ones that kind of came to mind was like commercial overlays. So if you think of a commercial overlay in a residence district, in these areas, commercial uses are generally restricted to 1 FAR, whereas the residential is permitted to a varying higher FAR, depending on the zoning district. A building constructed to the full residential FAR could never be converted entirely to the commercial uses because it is restricted to the 1 FAR. 1 FAR cap still applies. This is a core concept of all of the rules of zoning and is inherent in all of its rules. That relationship exists for affordable senior housing, both in the existing zoning and under ZQA. Here, the use is permitted a higher overall FAR than other residences, and generally that's about 20%, but sometimes higher when they were established 40 or so years ago. After the expiration of the initial regulatory agreement, which under ZQA must last at least 30 years, the additional floor area could not be converted to ordinary residences because ordinary residences are capped at a lower FAR.
When you're ready.
Okay.
Let him finish his
I have 1 second.
presentation.
In
and then
other words, the rules would be no more permissive for affordable senior housing in the future than they are at the time the building is constructed.
Okay.
So I think that, what we are trying to say is that the rules of zoning mean that if you're going above the permitted FAR of a residence for affordable senior housing, you meet that additional floor area can't become a residence.
And obviously, there was many speakers and many of the borough president's recommendations, community board recommendations focused on this issue of the lack of permanence of the additional senior housing. But I don't think any of us are clear how many of those comments understood that the senior housing could not be converted to market rate housing. But Ms. Delos.
So I mean, I think it speaks to, and HPD thinking about financing programs that go beyond 30 years to help address this concern. And, you know, I remember Commissioner Bean was like shaking her head as people were testifying at the hearing about that point. I mean, I get how, under the current mechanisms that we have, we don't have the option for permanence as it relates to the senior housing unless it's connected to MIH or voluntary. But I think, you know, I think the answer could be, the question can be answered through financing mechanisms. So that's something for them to think further about. The question I had was, what's the enforcement mechanism for the
30 years.
for the 30-year or however long the term is, and they can't use it anymore for, if they can't use it for market?
It's a Department of Buildings.
Well, it's on the C of O, but and also just remember the requirements of this use, or you have a regulatory agreement with that applicable city or state agency, and then
Aren't there bonds
that's
that
HPD.
It expires, and then after it expires,
Do you want to?
I mean, you know, we keep everything affordable in perpetuity, so I never have this problem.
Well, I think that these two things kind of converge in a certain way, because there's the zoning discussion, which is that, you know, you have to occupy it in compliance with your certificate of occupancy, and there's the financing situation where at the end of the regulatory period, there's a conversation, which is, as HPD has been talking about extending affordability, and HPD is paying attention to that building at the end of the regulatory period. So there is attention to it from that respect as well. So the idea is it would be an occupancy in violation of the certificate of occupancy for it to not be affordable senior housing or a permitted use.
Ms. Levin and Ms. Efron.
Yeah, I think this is a misunderstanding that could just be clarified by some extra text, and it partly comes out of the definition of affordable senior housing, which in our text that we're going to adopt specifically mentions a 30-year term.
Yeah.
For reasons that we all understand. What does it take to qualify for that kind of housing? But if we could just write in there someplace that, you know, housing, you know, height achieved under this provision may only be used for this use. It's kind of a belt and suspenders drafting approach.
I think the challenge, I defer to counsel here, but the challenge, just to go to the example that Frank gave, or the analogy to commercial, one FAR commercial zoning, is that we have to be, and maybe there's an artful way to do this, but to reiterate, we really mean it, in a sense, which is what you're saying here, and not reiterate it in every single other situation.
Okay, so reiterate it in our report.
Yes, yes.
You know, big fat paragraph in our report. Everyone says this means this, it doesn't, and here's why.
Yeah,
So,
that's right. You got there. Excellent.
Ms. Efron.
So as I understand it, you can't go to the BSA for a hardship on this after the 30 years has gone by. And then the other question is whether they would have to come before, have a full ULURP to change the use in that case.
I would say that no one can say you can't go to the board for, if you have, if there were a reason why the building could not reasonably be occupied and make any kind of, substantial economic return from the property, an existing building that you couldn't use for any other purpose, you could potentially go to the board for that, but that would be the only way. You couldn't do it as of right under the zoning. Nothing, you could also pursue some other kind of recourse in order to change what's permitted there, but it would require an action. There's no as of right use of that.
That's a typical variant. That would be the typical variant.
Right.
It would have to be a classic variance, not the special.
All the more reason to put the extra paragraph in our report so that it's clear that even though the terms may be 30 years, the intention is permanent.
Let
me clarify. The 30 years is a bar for you to jump over to get to the initial, to enjoy the benefits that are afforded to this category of housing. it's that basically, in order to get this FAR in height, you have to demonstrate that you're good for 30 years.
It's not a maximum, it's a minimum.
It's a minimum, right,
It's a
exactly.
floor.
Yeah.
Floor.
Floor, not
But,
ceiling.
but we'll look and see if there's an artful way to do this, but we just want you to be aware of the risks and the complexities, I won't say risks.
Okay. Long-term care facilities. There are really two issues with long-term care facilities. First, R1 and R2 districts, the lowest density districts we have, and then kind of somewhat different concern in the kind of districts above that are the contextual versions. We'll address them individually. Starting with R1 and R2 districts. Those in red are the R1 and R2 districts that we have in the city. The proposal restricts long-term care facilities, so that's the kind of catch-all term for nursing homes, assisted living facilities, and continuing care retirement communities that's created as part of this proposal to address all of those different uses that today, at least two of them don't have real homes in the zoning resolution. And the proposal in R1 and R2, the overall intent is in R3 and above districts to make this use as of right to actually help promote the use. In R1 and R2 districts, the proposal only allows these uses by discretionary action. These low-density districts, single-family districts, they'd only be permitted by discretionary action when the facility is compatible with the area's character. For large campus-like sites, as defined in zoning that was 10 acres or more, with requirements for area buffers around, the City Planning Commission authorization would be required. For smaller sites, those smaller than 10 acres or those that didn't meet the buffer requirement, a special permit would be necessary. We've heard some testimony that having a different procedure for reviewing such facilities when proposed for large sites was not appropriate, and that all such facilities should be subject to special permit. One of the things that I think that's important to note is R1 and R2 districts really do include a wide variety of conditions, from single-family homes, neighborhoods, and to large campuses and estates. From 1961 on, larger campuses were typically zoned in that R1, R2 density. So there kind of is a character of these zoning districts. It's not just single-family homes. The proposal tries to recognize that distinction by providing the highest standard of review only to the smaller sites, those below 10 acres. And the approach was intended to be consistent with existing standards and provisions in the zoning resolution, which recognizes 10-plus acre standard. The additional requirement, again, that was added, or that was kind of part of the proposal, is this requirement that there be a 200-foot buffer before any buildings could be included on that 10-acre site, so that there would be less impact on surrounding areas. The question at issue, and really the kind of trade-off, is which procedure should apply to these types of developments. In any event, all such facilities are subject to discretionary action review in R1 and R2 districts under the proposal.
Ms. Delous.
Is the thought that as part of the discretionary review, certain findings would have to be met as part of the process? Because
That's correct. And so both the authorization and special permit had findings really relating to the kind of neighborhood character and the kind of overall effect of the facility on its surroundings. And those are in the zoning, right? They're in either 2242 of the authorization or 74901 for the special permit.
I mean, I was persuaded by Al Butzel's argument that allowing these facilities would change the economics in an R1, R2 district. So I would be concerned, more profitable, obviously, to have these types of facilities than potentially a single-family dwelling.
Well, I mean, I think why the proposal has discretionary actions for them in those areas is that there is a different character and there's a need for review. I think the issue is to what level of review does that require? And I think, again, because the proposal as a whole is trying to promote the use, it tries to say, well, in these R1 and R2 districts, should there be the same standard of review for very large sites? Because that's a condition that exists in R1 and R2 districts, or should it be the same standard for any site? And I think that's the question.
Mr. Cirillo.
So Frank, Just to maybe confirm what you've said, or just clarify. So in the R1 and R2 districts, this would only be permitted by discretionary action, but did you say only for those sites of less than 10 acres?
So
Did you
those-
distinguish
Sure.
something else there? I
So-
want to make sure I understand.
Yep, so those sites that are less than 10 acres, and there's a buffer requirement, but let's just keep it to the
Right.
10 acre distinction for now. That are less than 10 acres would require a
Special permit.
to provide this use. Those that are larger than 10 acres, and actually can meet a buffer standard around the overall site, they would not require the special permit, but would require a city planning commission authorization. And so it's a different standard of review under the idea that, again, overall, the proposal tries to address promoting the use.
Okay.
But that's-
So my question would be, how many, in our review, and perhaps this is in documentation that I didn't see or I don't recall. It's a much better way to say, you may not have read, but okay. How many 10-acre or more sites exist I mean, I know we just did Farm Colony, so this is not necessarily the best month to ask the question, but the reality is, where do we see that where it's all obviously coming to us, but in a completely different way, and obviously with a completely different public process. So where do we see that, and why is that the cutoff that we find comfortable?
I think it's a cutoff that exists for there's other uses that have that 10-acre standard in the zoning resolution. So this is a number that already exists generally this is a really big site, or it's not a really big site. And so I think that's where the 10-acre notion comes from. It's not the first time this would exist.
And it's obviously the definition of 10 acres would be any way you would get 10 acres, meaning it doesn't have to be at the point of approval a vacant 10-acre lot that's in existence today. It could be property that is somehow put
That's
together.
correct. The property
right?
where the use.
Somebody can create a 10-acre, okay. I mean, not likely, again, there's a difference between what it says.
It's not the
and what's
grandfather
practical.
10 acres.
It's right, okay, so I got that. So let me ask you that this is, and I don't want to open a can of worms, but I just find the distinction. In the affordable senior housing, in R1 and R2, there's no application. Why do, and I'm not suggesting anything, I'm just asking a question, philosophical discussion. Why do we find this use acceptable and complementary to an R1 and R2 neighborhood, but not senior housing, whether affordable or not, but in this case, it's affordable senior housing we're talking about. Why is building affordable senior housing in an R1 not a good idea for us to pursue? Not suggesting that we should, but we got somewhere somehow. But yet, long-term care, assisted living, and other sort of health-related, somehow that fits into 1 and 2 family home neighborhood. What was the process?
I think Eric is going to say.
Whenever somebody steps up,
It requires a deeper level of analysis.
Yeah, well, they're long-term care facilities as community, those that are community facilities, nursing homes and the buildings department categorizes some assisted living facilities right now as nonprofit institutions with sleeping accommodations, and they're allowed in R1 and R2 districts. And in fact, because, the city has been around for a long time and, things have happened over the years, there are some significant community facility campuses in R1 and R2 districts. So, which happened first, the zoning or the facility, I'm not sure, but they're there.
Okay, understood. And so the fact that we've created categories within what we're calling long-term, is there any difference between what is currently permissible under, whether it's the same name or a different name, and what we are permitting under this proposal in the R1 and R2? And what use is that?
Yeah, okay, so now we're gonna sort of plow deep into the weeds.
I'm sorry.
Okay, so nursing homes. Nursing homes in the current zoning resolution are divided into nonprofit nursing homes and proprietary nursing homes. Proprietary nursing homes are not permitted in R1 and R2 districts. Nursing homes, nonprofit nursing homes, are permitted in R1, 2, and R2 districts, subject to a provision which also applies in all other residence districts, having to do with the ratio of nursing home beds to population in the community district. So I think Frank has that map here. So, yeah, well, I saw this slideshow already. In the green community districts, if you are in an R1 and R2 district or any other district, any other residence district, you are subject to the special permit. If you're in the white areas and you're in an R1 and R2 district, nursing homes are as of right. Assisted living is actually not mentioned in the zoning resolution. It didn't exist in 1961 when they drafted the original zoning resolution, and we have failed over the last 60 years to incorporate it into the zoning resolution until now, where we're actually trying to do that. However, the buildings department, because assisted living exists, and because the buildings department has to administer the zoning resolution, in 1998 they issued a memo, and the memo says that nonprofit assisted living facilities are considered nonprofit institutions with sleeping accommodations, and therefore they're allowed in R1 and R2 districts, whereas for-profit assisted living facilities are considered to be residences, and multifamily residences would not be allowed in R1 and R2 districts. Continuing care retirement communities are not mentioned in the zoning resolution and aren't mentioned in the 1998 Buildings Department memo either. And there aren't any in New York City.
Which is one of the,
That clears that up.
which
I
is
tried.
one of the challenges we're trying to solve for, which is to allow for CCRCs.
So basically, and so to take it to the last sentence, I think, which wraps this up is, which is fantastic history, thank you, and answered my question, obviously. What we are proposing, because we spent more on the today, today, not the proposal. The proposal would permit all of these things, recognize them all, and permit them as of right in the R1 and R2.
No, with them only by discretionary action.
Oh, now I go back to.
So we would eliminate all distinctions between nonprofit and for-profit, because these are really, in this day and age, they're not meaningful distinctions. And we would say that if you are a nursing home, an assisted living facility, or a continuing care retirement community, you are a quote-unquote long-term care facility, and you're permitted by discretionary action. There are two flavors of discretionary action, one being a special permit, as Frank mentioned, for sites of less than 10 acres, the other being an authorization for sites more than 10 acres.
Got it. Okay. Got it.
Okay.
I don't know what to do with it now, but
Well,
I think about what I do with it.
At 6 o'clock, I have a general
Ms. Efron's going to make a suggestion along those lines. I
am, only because I too wondered how many we were talking about that were more than 10 acres. And we already know there's controversy around one of them. So does this fall into the category of making things too complicated and maybe just not have that provision for the 10-acre sites?
Say that again?
Possibly make things simpler and eliminate the 10-acre site distinction?
And have them all go through special permit? If there's only 3 of them.
I mean, we can look into how many plus 10-acre sites there are in the city. I mean, well, we know of 3. The 3 are examples of sites that are kind of thinking about this issue. but, you know, more broadly, how many 10-acre sites there are. We can look at it and see what the effect
Thank
is.
you.
Some of this is the potential as well, it's not just the existing ones. This is a use that's obviously coming towards us, the CCRC notion.
Okay, I think,
This is very helpful.
okay.
Good. Okay. Just one last bit on lower density contextual districts. So this is above R2, so this is R3 through R5, but are the kind of contextual districts. So these are things like R3A, R3X, R31, R4A, R4B. And there was I put this map up really just to kind of give a little background, but in those areas today, those areas in gray, one is allowed to build long-term care facilities, or what's now called as nursing home in zoning under the current rules, as of right. That's a permitted use. In the green areas, there are requirements for a special permit for the use, for any zoning district. An R8 building, an R6 building would have that special permit. And that's the condition that exists.
But would it be fair to say that this was an outgrowth of both concerns about not so much building form, but oversaturation in certain neighborhoods, and also a product of the nursing home scandals of the 70s?
Yeah, it was definitely the latter. And we have this information in the DEIS, but in the 1970s, nursing homes were very poorly regulated by the state. And there were a series of scandals about horrific conditions existing in nursing homes. And as a consequence of this, the state Department of Health adopted much stricter regulations with respect to the construction of new nursing homes, so that after 1980, the construction of new nursing homes really plummeted because it was just much more. There was a certificate of need process that was instituted by the state, and it became much more difficult. You had to have much better financing, and you had to demonstrate the competence and professionalism of the sponsoring organization. And so the number of new nursing homes really plummeted. But the special permit has been in place since the 1970s. It really responds to the conditions that prevailed at that time and not the conditions of the post-1980 era.
Have we turned any down?
I'm not aware that we have. We don't get very many anymore, and many of those that we get are actually reconstructions of obsolete buildings that need to be replaced, but since the nursing home has to continue to operate, it has to build its new building on a different zoning lot from the old building, and that brings in a new approval.
I think one thing that we have not observed is we have not observed an overconcentration of new nursing homes in the areas that do not require the special permit, which I think is an important point here, that the absence of the special permit is not creating in any of these areas a rash of these types of facilities.
And actually, you would think that given the presence of the special permit, and I guess this goes to Eric's point about we haven't seen very many nursing homes, period, but presence of the special permit in certain areas and not in other areas would actually, drive nursing homes, all other things being equal, to the non-permit areas.
Yeah, I don't think that has really happened because the numbers are so small. As I said, many of the ones that have applied for special permits have been replacements, so they really, they have to be in the same neighborhood.
Right. Questions about this? Ms. Efron?
I wish we had a little bit more context from the Department of Health or the other licensing agencies, because my understanding is that there really is a serious shortage of nursing home spaces. And there are some national players in this, and I'm just wondering if special permitting is in any form a deterrent.
Well, we think it is, I mean.
But do we have
right.
any numbers on that? Anything beyond just the idea that it's expensive to go through a permitting process?
Yeah, we've spoken to the operators. There's a division of the New York State Hospital Association, whose name I'm forgetting at the moment, but we went and spoke to them, and they actually, they know the special permit exists, but the financing issue is overwhelmingly more significant in terms of the development of nursing homes. They're just very expensive facilities to operate. And so, I don't think they would argue that the special permit is it's an expense. And the findings of, based on, the whole sort of bed count to population system is kind of not really a land use based set of regulations. But I think they would argue that the financing issues are far and away the most significant issue in terms of development of new nursing homes. It's the reason there are so few.
So does that mean this wouldn't have a marked difference positively, making any change?
Well, I think all of these provisions, the CCRCs, this affordable senior housing, all of this is of I think we have to put in a broader context than, which is that you've heard before, not only is our senior population growing, but their longevity is our longevity, is increasing, and as a consequence of that, their health care needs and their housing needs are much more varied. And so, it's a sort of a general issue that we as a society are facing. And so it's really, I think, more of an issue here of recognizing what's happening and wanting to, as much as we possibly can, keep this growing part of our population not only meet their housing needs, but keep them in the city and in their neighborhoods and so far as possible. And so that's, I think, all of these are intended to do that. And again, the question is, to what extent, if any, do any of them create corresponding land use or neighborhood challenges? And if they don't create challenges, we should do our best to try to reduce the impediments. Obviously, if they do create neighborhood challenges, it's another matter. But this is one area where, as best we can tell, this special permit does not create neighborhood challenges.
Yeah, and I would just add that many of the operators of nursing homes are nonprofits, and from their point of view, the expense of coming here and obtaining the special permit, which can be $100,000 or more, it's money that they can't use to improve services to their residents, and that to them is an issue.
Mr. Cantor.
With respect to this subject, I'm learning more daily, literally, with respect to the issues of aging, things that you just never pay attention to when you're younger. Do we have a relationship with the Department of Aging where they may be able to give us some key help in terms of issues? Or is that just talk?
Is there any specific respect that you mean that, or?
I think we obviously do have a relationship with the Department of Aging as a sister agency. I would say, as Charles Efron pointed out, the more significant agency here is the New York State Department of Health.
May I just add one small piece?
Sure.
I would just say that, and I appreciate that. The city just added for affordable housing finance, for instance, though, just added a new finance program just specific to seniors. You know, it's, you know, the federal government's out of the 202 business and, you know, in response to the changing demographics. So, I mean, I think if we lower impediments, then hopefully all levels of government can become more responsive or innovative in trying to meet the needs.
Right, this
That's
is
the
just
way I
one-
see it anyway.
one level.
And that's a very important point, that this is not an area where we're operating in isolation. Hopefully, we can, by doing certain, hopefully some catalytic things, we can encourage others to do as well. So. Okay, next.
I was just going to note there was a kind of question that kind of came up in some places that talked about this idea that the lower density contextual districts should also have the, and the conversation you've all had kind of, I think, relates to this, we should have a similar level of protection to R1 and R2 districts, and should only be allowing uses by special permit. And we overlaid on the map those lower density contextual districts. So these are the R3 through R5 districts like R3X, R3A. And as you can see, they're kind of there's lots of them where already nursing homes as a use are already permitted as of right. They're considered a community facility use. They're not restricted to the envelope of that district. So this is a use that already is permitted in most parts of the city. Outside of those green areas, it's already an as of right use. So just wanted to, as a kind of clarification.
Okay.
And now I'm done.
And last but not least,
Certainly not.
we invite up Laura Smith to discuss that. Thank you, Frank.
Yeah, so talking about some of the visceral issues, and I'll reassure you, we only have 2 slides, even though parking was sort of hanging like a black hole at the bottom of the table of contents. So as you heard at our public hearing, we heard a range of issues and concerns about parking and our proposed changes. In general, the concerns reflected some sort of general on-street parking issues, but we also heard from a lot of the affordable housing advocates several ways that our proposal will actually help facilitate more housing and better housing. So a very brief reprise on our existing requirements. Today, we have parking requirements for all types of housing. Market rate has the highest parking requirements. Affordable housing requires about 30% fewer spaces, and affordable senior housing today requires about 50% fewer spaces. We have waivers available for small lots and low space thresholds for general housing and for affordable housing, but not for affordable senior housing. And we have heard from operators that off-street parking for affordable housing is not open to the public and often not even open to visitors. Under our proposal, we would make parking optional in the transit zone for affordable housing and affordable senior housing. I think you're all familiar with the map, but the transit zone are the areas in purple. We would allow for the redevelopment of existing affordable senior parking lots, and we would not be making any changes to parking requirements for market rate housing. And I'd also like to add, we would also, oh right, I said that already, I'm sorry. So we heard concerns about the transit zone related to topography, related to its positioning at the end of train lines, accessibility to train stations, or ADA accessibility of the actual stations, especially for seniors. We know that these are all important transportation planning issues, and we think about them as part of our overall neighborhood planning strategies. And I think one of the things we've sort of learned is that we probably should not have called this the transit zone, because the transit zone really encompasses a lot of things besides proximity to and use of the subway. The transit zone encompasses the city's densest neighborhoods, areas where we see multiple bus lines, of course, access to the subway, but also with density comes access to neighborhood services, things like supermarkets, banks, pharmacies, et cetera. It also, because of all of these characteristics, are the parts of the city where we see the lowest rates of car ownership among all types of households, but especially among affordable housing and affordable senior housing. We attribute the low rates of car ownership to all of these characteristics. And we also know that these are neighborhood characteristics that affordable housing providers look for when looking for appropriate sites. Not coincidentally, we have over 90% of affordable housing developments that have been built over the past 15 years have been built in the transit zone or within the Manhattan core where we have no parking requirements today. And another characteristic of the transit zone is that and dense areas in general, is that we have few vacant sites. And so most development is infill, and this adds cost and complexity to development. So we've heard a lot about this in the testimony, and some of this is up here. We heard from Martin Dunn, Highbridge Overlook in the Bronx, parking cost $80,000 per parking space. He cited examples in East New York where parking took up space that could have been used for more units and for green space. Self-Help gave us numerous examples of future sites where they are going to be required double and triple stackers for their senior housing. Phipps and Bedside Restoration provided us with examples of projects that required parking that goes largely unused, and you can see a lot of these sort of numbers up on the slide. All of this reinforces our notion that the proposal is not designed to change behavior, but rather update zoning to reflect existing patterns of utilization and car ownership. We know also, speaking about trade-offs and visceral reactions, that on-street parking is in short supply, but we also believe strongly that providing more off-street parking for affordable units doesn't seem to help alleviate the on-street parking issue. We know that residents for whom the parking that we're proposing to affect would be used for are unable to afford or unwilling to afford the cost of off-street parking, excuse me. At the same time, parking spots associated with affordable and senior developments cannot be made available to neighborhood residents or commuters. So again, when we talk about removing off-street parking from neighborhoods where there's already an on-street parking crunch, people are concerned that they're driving into the neighborhood to get on the subway, or they live in the neighborhood and they like to drive their car to go shopping, that we're going to be making things harder for them by removing off-street parking spaces and suddenly throwing a ton of cars onto the street. We have to acknowledge that some low-income households do own cars, and some of them do pay to park off-street, and there will be a few cars, probably more parking on-street as a result of the proposal, but this is one of the trade-offs when you look at the cost of the spaces and the overall low utilization of the off-street parking. We believe that the trade-offs are almost irrefutable in favor of making parking optional rather than required. We heard also about concerns that parking for visitors and staff, especially for the senior housing, is going to make things more difficult. It's going to make it more difficult for staff and caregivers and family members to visit. Today, federal funding restrictions on the HUD 202 sites, which have historically provided senior parking or senior housing, limit the use of these spaces for other uses. We heard testimony also that unfortunately visitors to the developments are not a major factor in off-street utilization. And we are also not changing the parking requirements for the type of housing with the highest type of care needs. These are the assisted living and long-term care facilities, where you really do have doctors and a significant amount of staff arriving to the facilities. Those parking requirements are not changing. We're only talking about parking requirements for the affordable independent residences for seniors, and of course for affordable housing, where actually as a matter of the regulatory agreement for the affordable independent residences for seniors, they're often not allowed to provide medical care on site as it is. And then, of course, regardless of whether the parking is provided for residents or seniors, there's still this cost and trade-off between parking and housing. We also, we heard concerns about the elimination of existing senior housing parking lots as of right, and the need to ensure that new development that occurs on these sites be strictly for new affordable senior housing units. Requirements of the HUD 202 process, including HUD and HPD review, and a modification of deed restriction, make it more than likely that any new housing that's built on site will be strictly set aside for affordable independent residences for seniors. But also in many cases, we would simply expect to see more open space and better recreational amenities, which is currently almost impossible under as-of-right zoning. As Claire Helger from Catholic Charities told us at her testimony, all I really want to do is add a bench and a tree, but I can't afford to go through ULURP for that. And then finally, Bobby Sackman from the Live On Coalition stated in her testimony that true independence is being able to live in a neighborhood with goods and services available nearby. We believe the ZQA proposal for the transit zone is an effort to meet the needs of more low-income and low-income seniors, the vast majority of whom are simply seeking more housing and not more parking. Any questions?
That was good.
Starting with Mr. Cantor.
Well, first of all, I'm delighted to see that we understood some of the comments that have been coming from the public at large and the borough presidents. I would argue that we should not use Mr. Dunn's characterization of $80,000 a car as a pinch point. It's rather high, rather high.
Yes.
I would also ask, listening to you, obviously, we've got a lot of work to do in terms of translating thought to paper. What is the process going to be in terms of getting back to the borough presidents and their staff so that they can consider or reconsider their earlier opinions as to which way this is going to go?
Well, I mean, we have an ongoing dialogue, certainly with borough presidents, with obviously the council, and communities. That's just on all of this, that's just been an ongoing process. And with parking, just as much as every other item we've discussed, that's
So we're not bringing anything up to a vote?
today?
No, I know not today.
No. Nor next week, you'll be happy to know.
Next week, we've got a whole-
But we are intending to vote on this in early February, and so
And in the interim, will the
we,
affected constituencies have their opportunity to review and remark?
they certainly do, and we not only got comments, as you know, from community boards and the borough boards and borough presidents, but many of them independently testified at our public hearing. I will say, just to underscore what Laura said, while there were certainly some comments at the public hearing questioning parking recommendations, I would say the overwhelming testimony, probably if there was any single item of ZQA that got as overwhelming a response in favor of what we're proposing than parking, I can't think of it. So.
Well, I would argue, if I might, sir, I think the quick acceptances came from Manhattan, probably Staten Island, while the areas of concern were really Brooklyn, the Bronx, and Queens.
I think what we did, I'm sorry, go ahead.
With their out-of-towners coming in and taking parking spaces near the existing transit facility.
Well, we did hear some discussion about that for sure, but I would say the overwhelming testimony was not so much from geographic areas as from representatives of senior citizens themselves, and not just representatives from developers, but representatives from senior citizens. Well,
I can see the logic to that financially.
And remember, I would just add that the financial cost is a public cost for the most part.
But getting back to the issue of trade-offs, I think we have to do some trade-offs with respect to housing, with respect to parking.
I'm not sure.
Duly noted. So, Ms. Delos and Ms. Efron.
Laura, I would just say that I think you were really clear in laying out on-street versus off-street, the affordable housing versus the market rate, and that, I think people are just still confused about that. And that leads to, I think, a misunderstanding of what the proposal really is. So I think to the extent that in the report we can go further into detail about that, I think it would be very, very helpful. The other part that I think would be very, very helpful, just because something is optional doesn't mean there won't be any, right? And so I think it would be, I think it's helpful for that to be discussed a little bit more. What is the input into that process so that the larger needs can be weighed? Obviously, there was, people gave examples, very few examples pointed to zero utilization. So, I think that would be helpful to talk about how that optional process will work and who's involved, and I think that would be helpful.
And that's a completely valid point. And one other piece to add, and I touched on this with one bullet, but you know, when we say that there'd be no changes to parking requirements for market rate housing, that includes market rate units that are built in a mixed income building.
Right.
So if you have an 80-20 building, the 80% of market rate units would still have a parking requirement. And I think when we think in terms of parking being optional, there is still value in parking if you're building, you know, if you're already excavating, say. So if you're building an infill 80-20 and you're building subgrade to provide the required parking for the market rate units, and you have extra space on that floor, you will probably stripe it and provide more parking. And, you know, certainly where there's space available for 100% affordable, if there's the demand for it, we would expect to see it. And we've heard from HPD that they do actually have examples of housing where parking was not required. And theoretically, parking can always be, you can always get an override if you're on publicly owned land, but a lot of these sites do not seek an override and still choose to provide parking simply because they either know there's demand or there's not sort of the community palette for no parking.
Ms. Efron?
I think we heard from at least one developer, and maybe even heard from another one in the East New York hearing, where they talked about choosing to put in parking, maybe not to the same extent as would have been required. But I think there's also a function of reducing parking, if not eliminating parking entirely, as part of our responsibility to the neighbors, in that it is a much more welcoming environment to have either additional units or green space or otherwise than to have an empty parking lot that is just calling for a sense of distress in a neighborhood. And I think that's a really important part of, or an under-examined part of what we're talking about, not just for the housing itself, but for the surrounding neighborhood.
Mr. Cirillo?
Thank you. You know, in the continuing theme of the confusion, which one day I think I have it down, and then a discussion occurs, and then I think I don't, and then I
Me too.
think I do. Okay, good. But, so, and
It's a rare admission from Laura Smith. From you, I would expect it,
For
but
me,
from Laura.
yeah, there's no
I've
surprise
got
there.
a lot
but-
of, you know, smart people behind me.
But I have no doubt you'll be able to address this.
This I'm confident on.
Even in this presentation, and I realize this is about addressing issues that were raised. This isn't this big overview of the entire program. This is narrow in scope, but it makes me start to think about the piece that isn't here because it was not an issue, but how to connect the dots. So in the parking, this is focused on the transit zone. Personally, and I could be wrong on this, but my interpretation is that people, when they testified, they weren't distinguishing between the transit zone requirements and parking. And they weren't even distinguishing between senior affordable housing, long-term care, and MIH, mandatory inclusionary housing where parking. So these quotes, as real as they were, because absolutely people testified to these things, there was no clarity as to what they believed. Maybe the people who testified knew what they were talking about, but it wasn't clear. They were just saying, I have an empty parking lot, and so we don't need that parking lot. But that was for potentially a different type of development than someone else might have been thinking, or even borough presidents are thinking, or anybody else in the community. So it would be helpful for a moment to distinguish the parking proposal in the area of the senior housing and long-term care, right? And then there's the transit hub piece. And then there are areas that don't have transit hubs, and what happens there, and what, if there's a change at all, what that means. And then the non-senior affordable housing, long-term care, meaning the example you gave of the 80-20 project, because, some of the people who testified and said we have empty, that was a completely affordable building, not a mixed income building. And so, someone's thinking, I'm gonna have mixed income buildings in my community perhaps, and you're gonna eliminate all the parking. So, I think part of this, again, is the message we provide, but for me, personally, it would be helpful to just create those pockets, because every time we talk about parking, it's in a different category, and we're not even distinguishing all the different
Yeah,
pieces.
it's a lot of sort of Venn diagrams that
Yes.
cover a lot of different issues. And just briefly, so when it comes to long-term care facilities, we're not changing the parking requirements anywhere. It doesn't matter whether you're on top of a subway or far from a subway. Whatever your underlying parking requirement is, remains. When it comes to general affordable housing, if you are outside of the areas shown in purple here, we are effectively not changing your parking requirement. Today, in the zoning resolution, we have multiple categories of affordable housing that are listed, some of which are programs that are not even in operation today. And we also have, we have separate parking requirements for all of those. Because these are sort of vague and obsolete, developers typically zero in on what we call column C. This is the column with the lowest parking requirements. This is in existing zoning today. Under our proposal, outside of the transit zone, if you're building affordable housing, that will be your one parking requirement. You can build more, but you will be subject to the requirement that is today under column C in our zoning resolution. And this is what I think 99% of affordable housing gets built under today. If you're general affordable housing and you're in the area shown in purple, the transit zone, parking would be optional, no requirement. If you are building affordable senior housing, so this is not only income restricted, but age restricted, and you are outside of the transit zone, the area shown in gray, we are reducing your parking requirement to 10%. And if you look at the numbers shown on this slide, the HUD 202 senior housing, far from transit, car ownership rates are 11%. So we see very, very low rates of car ownership across the board, across the city, in this particular type of housing. And so even far from transit, and I know that this, I think this is probably where we get the most visceral reaction of all of the many visceral reactions we get. Because we're talking about areas that are far from the subway, we're in communities that are really unfamiliar with this type of housing, communities that are largely populated by seniors, but not low-income seniors, so they think we're really talking to them and telling them that they don't own cars, and we're not saying that. We're talking about a subset of the population that is admittedly very unfamiliar to them because there are so few of these types of developments outside the transit zone. We don't expect to see many more in the future, but those that do get built, we'd like to make things a little bit easier. And then finally, for affordable independent residences for seniors inside the transit zone, area in purple, we would also be making the parking requirements optional.
Make that a grid.
We can do that. Thank you.
And make sure you define affordable as 60%
Right.
of AM, because that's an important
80,
piece.
80.
So 80.
So
Ms.
the,
Just go ahead.
so I was just gonna say, so the issue that we discussed about the reduction in the parking requirement, that applies to senior affordable housing outside the transit zone.
Yes.
Reduction, but not elimination.
Reduction to 10%.
Yes.
That's the floor.
Yes.
That's the floor.
Yes.
Got it. And then if you're in the transit zone, like general affordable housing, it would be an option.
Correct.
Nothing changes on long-term care
Correct.
at all. I got it. And so if you were building a mixed,
If you were building
the same principle would apply if you're in a mixed income building, you would still look at the transit zone versus the,
correct, yeah.
and,
And the
but that
affordable
would be
one.
the affordable, right, but that would be a
It
general
would only be
affordable.
for the affordable units within the mixed income building. So 80-20, again, inside or outside the transit zone, you'd have a parking requirement for the market rate units. We would not be looking at that at all under this proposal. What we would be looking at are the parking requirements for the affordable units. As here, the first bullet here, we have parking requirements for market rate units and then a separate parking requirement for affordable housing units, whether they're in the same building or not. So today we do calculate parking separately for affordable versus market rate units. We will continue to treat parking separately for affordable versus market rate units, even within the same building. It may not be required if you're in the transit zone. It may still be required if you're outside the transit zone for the affordable.
Okay, thank you.
Ms. Efron.
Just the definition of transit zone, we had talked on last week,
Yeah.
Monday last week, about, feels like 6 years ago, about topography and
Yeah.
other aspects at some point, if you could just let us know that's.
Sure, well, I mean, I
Tightened.
think, I think sort of where we land on that is fundamentally, from a land use perspective, we see no difference in hilly versus flat areas of the transit zone. The costs remain the same, the trade-offs remain the same, and the low car ownerships remain the same. You know, admittedly, it may be more difficult to live in a hilly neighborhood if you don't have a car, but if you're low income, that in and of itself is not driving up car ownership rates. And providing the off-street parking, especially in a hilly environment where it may be more difficult or expensive to excavate, is not going to get us anything more than what you would get if you're on flat ground, you know, right on top of the subway.
Does the transit zone work as a defined term for any other part of the zoning text?
Well, no, we are defining it as part of this.
Mr. Knuckles?
I just wanted to clarify, under the transit zone proposal, allow the redevelopment of existing affordable senior parking lots. Redevelopment as in reuse.
Correct. So this is, this is exactly a concern that we heard from a lot of people, that by allowing the as-of-right redevelopment of existing parking lots in the transit zone, we might be taking spaces away from existing people who are parking there, or opening the gates to market rate development, which seems perhaps unfair. But what we've heard, again, from the operators is that the utilization rates are extremely low, and where somebody is parking, they are not likely to take that space away. The regulatory agreements associated with most of the developments that have surface parking in the transit zone explicitly prohibit other uses from occurring on that site. They require that the uses be affordable senior housing or accessory to those units. And what we heard from providers of this type of housing, and there was an extensive study put together by Live On, who oversees a number of affordable senior housing developments citywide. They did a survey of utilization and of sort of the potential to redevelop sites. They found a number of sites citywide where redevelopment might be possible. They didn't look at things like the existing zoning or the availability of FAR to actually do the redevelopment. But from a strictly utilization perspective, they found, I believe, 39 sites citywide that could support more senior housing on site. And so we certainly would like to open up the possibility for more units on these lots that are underutilized. But as we also heard from Catholic Charities, what many of these sites would really like to do is just create better recreation space or open space, amenity space for their residents.
Mr. Marin?
In a case, you kind of hit the nail on the head, and I was going to ask the same question, a question which would promulgate the same answer. In a case where you have these senior developments and they have a lot that they wish to redevelop into more senior housing, what is going to allow them to do that if their FAR has been maxed?
Nothing as of right.
Ms. Levin?
I don't know if you're looking for any reactions from those of us sitting here silently, but as a Manhattan-centric person who does explore the city, I'm completely persuaded by your arguments. I think so much of what we've heard in the public testimony so far by way of objections has been founded on a misunderstanding of what these provisions would actually do. And I think if anyone sits through the testimony that we heard, your thoughts begin to come around. So, good luck with the council. But don't worry about me.
Any other questions? Any other comments? I thank you, Laura. I thank the whole team and the HPD team as well for really detailed. And I just want to thank all of my colleagues here for your attentiveness, your commitment, your intelligent questions, your thoughts, and your willingness to spend so much time together. And given all of that, you all have vacation Wednesday. We don't have to regather. I hope you have a a long weekend. We will see you all next Tuesday for a review session. Not Monday, next Tuesday. And I really know that this has been, for all of us, for all of you really, beyond the call of duty, an extraordinarily detailed and extended series of meetings and hearings and like over the last month. So I really thank you all. And again, thanks to the staff for really doing a great job. And I think we'll incorporate all of your comments in our thinking and hope to bring some refinement to this next week. So, thank you all. Enjoy your evening.